Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hello and welcome. Welcome to Meet Your Writer's Genius today. Yeah, as I was just saying, I'm very excited to be here. I'm keen to see the depth that we go to with the group that we have and the group size that we have, and also just really want to encourage everybody to give good energy, and share, ask questions, really lean into getting the benefit of being in this space. We are a what's it called? Video on training. Um, so please do pop your video on so we can see your beautiful faces. I guess that's part of giving the good energy, hey? And being present. But yeah, I think we are still actually missing two people. Is that correct, Claire? Have you had a... Yeah, we are missing a couple. So I'll give them like another minute's grace, but I really want to honor everybody's time and get into it, which is exciting. I have a couple of chat books saying not able to access the Writers Genius area, have no workbook. And I was DM'd a similar thing. So I can't send the workbook in the chat, but if you guys could send a message to my wonderful co-host and wife, Claire, then she will email you the workbook and you can have it handy straight away. Cool. Thanks. All right. What time zones are you guys all in? Can you pop in the chat box? Where are you? There's a couple of people that I have a feeling are not in the UK. Augusta, West Oz. Yeah, we're in Bunbury. Adelaide, South Australia. Austria, Dublin, Perth. I thought you were in Perth, Mark. I was like, why are you here? You're obviously busy next weekend, but um, Dubai, Canada, Germany, Bavaria, Italy. Epic. Cool. Well, us West Aussies are in for an awesome evening. Um, a late night, but a good one. It's worth it. Just making sure that Claire gets those things. I shared the doc with you a little while ago. Claire, have you got it? There you go. Awesome. And France. I love France. France has been like a surprise love of my life. I went to France because of spirit guidance and then just fell in love with it. Beautiful. All right, I think we're good. So let's get in. Let's establish ourselves for an awesome 2 days. So yeah, welcome to Meet Your Writer's Genius, William Markvald's Meet Your Writer's Genius. I'm your host, Ellie. You'll get to know me a bit better in the next couple of days. I'll be sharing a lot of stories, examples, offering myself as an example and my experience that you guys can all leverage. So you'll get to know me a bit better as we go. But it's important to always just establish our values for the training, so that we can have a really impactful, awesome 2 days together and everyone get the end result of meeting your writer's genius, feeling empowered with your writing and connecting with an offering that is the calling of your heart. These are our results for this training. So yeah, I'm really excited to see everyone go on that journey, to hear of what people are going to create and get connected to. Yeah, awesome. So our values. everybody here is familiar with natural success, and so these values are going to be familiar to you. So I'm just going to go through them pretty quickly. But it'd be really cool actually if you guys could put in the chat box just so I have an idea of where you're at, especially when I'm referencing examples and the natural success work. You could let me know if you've done CYD or if you've done alchemy or if you've done creative warrior. We have some mastery folk in the space. If you could let me know where you've been up to, that'd be really awesome. Obviously, it's all welcome. No shade wherever you're at. Mastery, alchemy, creative warrior, mastery, creative warrior, full training, newbie, welcome. Coach certification. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So you guys will all be familiar. You all would have heard this before. Our values. First one, truth. We're going for the truth. And, especially making that relative to writing, you're here to learn to write with your genius, not to write what's the on-trend thing to write right now, not to make a plan or get in your head about writing, figure it out, fix your writing beliefs or whatever you've got going on. That stuff will get handled, but the beliefs, I mean. But you're here to connect with your truth as a writer. And I'm assuming that because you're here, you have a calling to write. And there's probably a choice, if not more than one choice, and you'll end up plenty that's relative to writing. Maybe you're a business owner and you write copy for your business, emails, a newsletter, website copy. Maybe you want to write books. Maybe you want to write music, script writing. There's a lot of different types of writing. I was in the gym today and I was reflecting on how I use the Writer's Genius tools to write my gym program. And I was like, oh, there's another example I hadn't thought of yet. So it's everywhere. There's a lot of ways that we can be writing. And yeah, I'm gonna be an advocate and a cheerleader for you connecting with your truth in writing. And sometimes it's different to what you want to write. And we'll dig into that. But yeah, I will never forget the first time I got my hit to write a book. And then when I really dug into it and went through this process and the structure and found out more about what this book was that I was going to write, I was mortified. I did not want to write that book. I was not, no, I had so much resistance to it, but it was my truth. And as creators, we value our truth. And so what we get, we go with, right? What we get, we don't know where it's going to take us. We don't understand what's going to unfold from that. I had no idea where that book was going to take me. And now I can't imagine what my life would look like had I said no to that calling, had I listened to those thoughts and feelings that were like, oh, really, I don't want to do this. So we're here to follow truth. And everyone's going to have their own truth, but ultimately the truth that you have a calling to write. And yeah, I think we're good on that one. Service is the second value. And that is, you hear us say it all the time when we do intuitive readings and work in this space. We choose to be of service to the highest good. And the highest good is not a one-way street. It's not my highest good's going to shit on your highest good or vice versa. Or if one person gets their highest good, other people get screwed over. The highest good serves all. It's the highest vibration. And we're all going to be here in service to the highest good of this training and also to each other and ourselves as writers. So my primary job is going to be to keep us on track with our structure, be of service to our structure so that we do the whole training, right? So that the end results land. And so in service to that, I might I might tell you, hold that question, I'm going to answer it later. We're going to come to that in the training. I'm not gonna answer it right now. Or you might start to go off a share and I go, stop, hold it there. I'll address that later. Can see where you're going. So if I do that, it's not personal, it's structural. I'm just sticking to the structure actually to serve you and everyone in the space. And yeah, I just hope that everyone can be in the energy of serving as well. That comes from the shares that you offer to the space, serves everybody. The questions that you ask serves everybody. We're going to have a lot of opportunity for space for shares, space for questions. I'll absolutely hear them out, take them. And yeah, my ask in service to yourself and each other and our training, if you have a question coming up while I'm facilitating, please don't interrupt me and ask it. Please don't like flood things into the chat box or wave your hands at me or unmute and just start talking. It's really distracting. And when I'm facilitating, I'm going to end up in an intuitive space. You can imagine if you're like giving an intuitive reading and someone starts going, oh, you're going to get distracted and fall out. So my ask is if you have a question pop up, please write it down. You won't have to wait on it for too long, but we're creators. We love a bit of tension. It's the fuel we eat for breakfast. So you can hang in the tension for a little bit, and I promise you'll get the opportunity to ask the question. But please, just in service to me as a facilitator, our whole group, the energy of our workshop, um, hold the question, write it down, hold the tension, and ask it in the appropriate time. Cool. Everyone good with service and all of that. Awesome. Focus is our third value. We all know CYD, however long ago you did it, you've heard it a million times now. Focus creates reality. So we want to be focused on our end results. We want to be focused on being in good energy. I think I've already said that like 10 times, so apologies for repeating it, but got to drill it home. Yeah, focus on what we're learning, and little things like I'm going to give you times when we do exercises and you're going to have to time keep in breakout rooms and stuff like that. Like, please, let's intend to be focused. It's not for nothing. If I'm asking you to do something in a particular time or to time keep like that, so everybody gets served. It's so you get the benefit of both receiving and giving, because both of them you learn from. It's all on purpose. And even on the breaks that we will have, and this is kind of going into our next value of self-responsibility as well. You're going to have breaks, you're going to have comfort breaks. Use that time to move your body, nourish yourself, eat good food, keep hydrated, do the things that are going to support you in having good focus and energy while you're here, so you can really get the benefit out of a learning experience. It's hard to learn when you're hungry or hangry. It's harder to learn if you're dehydrated and your brain's like trying to pump, it's hard, making it hard for yourself. So let's have good focus, good energy, and be on time too. We are going to have snake bites, and obviously, again, I think everybody will be familiar with the old snake bite system, in that we is everybody familiar with that? Do I need to speak into that? It's okay if you're not, but cool. The thing I should ask is anybody not familiar with the snake bite system? It's okay if you're not. Okay, great. So the snake bites are that's what we call it, but it's a not-for-profit in Eswatini, that Natural Success have a really close and long-standing relationship with, and they provide anti-venom and also education to the local community on snakes. As you may or may not know, they have a lot of poisonous snakes over there, but they also have a lot of snakes that aren't poisonous, and even if they are poisonous, they're a really important part of their ecosystem. They have their place in the animal kingdom, or the reptile kingdom, same. And they do have certain snakes that cause necrosis. I think it's the black mamba. And the anti-venom is very expensive for a local person in Eswatini. Not so bad for us, but every person's different. So when you get bitten by a snake, you might take 2 shots of anti-venom and then you're good. Some people have taken up to 27 shots of anti-venom before they have responded to that physiologically, and they can't afford it. And it's an unfortunate system. It's what they have to have in their economical climate, but they have to pay up front for the shots. So if you can't pay, you die at the desk. Sorry to say, but it is just the truth, right? So it's a charity. I think a not-for-profit is the appropriate word, the language to use for that. That Williams had a long-standing relationship for a very long time. We get the money. Natural Success's donations actually kept them running through COVID, kept fuel in the ambulances, and it's a pretty incredible story that I won't take time to go into. But essentially, Claire and I have even met the snake people. You meet them if you go on a safari in Africa, you get to meet the snake crew and handle some snakes if you're game. It's pretty cool. Um, yeah, we had a um, I won't digress. I got some good snake stories, but I'll stay focused in the name of our values. But the snake bite is if anybody is late, their name goes down for a donation. And then after the training, like we give that list of snake bites to the crew, Natural Success, and after the training, they send out a link asking for a donation for being late. And it's not a thing that, Natural Success don't profit from it. It's 100% of what they get, they give. More often than not, they give more. And yeah, obviously we can't like legally enforce that you donate or anything. It's an integrity piece of, we make the commitment as a group that, yeah, we're going to be here on time. And if we're not, there's our consequence. Sometimes people decide to be late because they want to donate. And if that is you, what I can say is just message help desk and say you want to donate. You don't have to be late. You can just donate. That's fine. Cool. But that's in a nutshell, a very small nutshell, what happens with the snake bite. So Claire will just be keeping an eye when we come back from breaks and things that everybody's here. And if you're not here, we used to at the live trainings, it was like hilarious because you'd have to walk in and everyone would know you're late. You're literally walking in while William's already facilitating, right? And everyone would just go, "Sss," and that person would like sit down in shame and no, I'm gonna have to pay a bill at lunchtime or whatever. And we just collected cash to donate back then. But yes, so we're still digitally hissing at you if you're late, but let's just be focused and be on time. And if you want to donate, you can donate. Does that sound good? Sounds good to me. Cool. I think we covered self-responsibility there. Last one's confidentiality, and that's really important. In in these workshops, we go to a high level of consciousness. We're excavating things, we're acknowledging our wounds, we're telling stories. I'm going to tell stories of Williams, obviously with his permission, and I'm going to tell stories of my own, and other people in the space are going to tell stories. And we just don't know what is a terrifying thing for someone else to have be public knowledge and what is fine for somebody else. Like we all have these different measures of what's vulnerable, what's okay to share different things. Like obviously William's given me the green light to share any stories in service to you here, but it's here. It's not for a Facebook post. It's not for telling your boyfriend or your wife or outside of the space. And same for myself. I'm going to share whatever story comes to me to share in service to you all. But I don't know, I don't know what's going to come. It could be something that's very personal and we just don't know. So my ask is that please, with personal stories, keep it confidential. Obviously, if it's your story, live your best life and share it as far as and wide as you would love to. But if somebody else's story touches you, impacts you, and you want to, I don't know, write a book about it or write a Facebook post about it or whatever. Please, if it's not your story, don't or check in with that person. Send me a message. If it's one of my stories, send me a message. Hey, Ellie, you told this story. Is it okay if I tell my mum? I think it'd really be powerful for her to hear or blah, blah, blah. Just check in with the person. It's not hard. It's just a respect piece. So can everybody agree to the confidentiality piece? Amazing. I still don't know what's going to happen inevitably one day when someone doesn't. Like, remove from Zoom room. I don't know. Um, anyway, I'm glad that that's it. So that's our values. So let's intend to hold those values, intend to have an excellent training together, meeting your writer's genius, and yeah, get into it. Cool. So I'm going to be opening our workbooks. And at the start of, if you want to, you don't have to open it, but if you're like a visual learner and you like to see as we go, by all means, um, whip yours open and you'll see a quote in the front of it that says, "Our individual thoughts are not as we think the deep, but only the foam upon the deep." It's a quote by Yeats. And it's a beautiful quote for setting us up for this training, and we're going to reference it. Um, there's a saying in creative coaching, genius coaching. Do we have some coaches in the space? I saw someone did the certification before, which is awesome. I'm sure we have a few coaches here. That our job as a coach is to help someone see not just the shallow parts of them, but to see the deep, to help someone see you are not just the foam of the ocean, you're the entire ocean. That's who you are, your genius, your magic, your multifaceted nature is the entire ocean. And as humans, we put ourselves in these boxes. We go, oh, I'm the fitness person, or I'm the magic person, or we have these identities that we're so attached to. I'm the mum, I'm the partner, I'm the helpful friend, whatever it is for you. We all have it, I have it. And we can become really attached to those identities. No, but I am a mum. Like, no matter what you tell me, it's not going to change that I'm a mum, still a mum, right? I'm actually not a mum, but you guys get, I'm using it as an example. And yes, that's true, but it's not all you are. And you're going to have this relative to your writing. You're going to have assumptions. You're going to have beliefs. You're going to have thoughts and feelings about it. You're going to have, oh, but, I just want to write great courses. But you might get this weekend it's true for you to write music. That might come through for you. I don't know. And your job as a creator is to go for the deep. There is enough shallow shit out there. Excuse my language. It's gonna happen again. Trigger warning. I'm from Bunbury. We swear here. But there's enough shallow shit out there. We don't need to add to that. We don't need to write another book about forgiveness that 3 people read and our mum claps us for doing it, and then that's the end of that. We want to write a book that has a ripple effect through the world. We want to write a book that changes our world, changes the world of whoever picks it up. And that happens by being willing to go for the deep. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities this weekend to do that, whether it's through your own vulnerability, whether it's in a breakout room and you're giving each other a reading, and the opportunity is to go deep in service to your partner or to your group. Please do. Please go for the deep. Yeah, that's what we're here for. We're here for meeting a writer's genius, not just to write. Yeah. If it was like just write, I could go, right, everyone pick up a pen and start writing. And if you don't know what to write, just write, I don't know what to write, but I'm going to write anyway, and just start writing and see what comes. And everybody would be able to write something, and I would have done my job. You'd be writing, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to access your genius and apply that to the deep calling that you have inside you to write, whatever that is. And some of you may already be sitting there going, I know the calling, I saw it in my Land of Plenty, or it's been in my mind and I haven't been out. It's there, it's present. When you get clarity on that calling, it kind of keeps knocking and until you listen to it. And some of you might have no idea. You might just go, well, I have a writing choice, but I don't know what I'm going to write. Or I got it was true to be at this training, but don't really know what I'm going to write. Don't really feel like writing a book, but we'll see. There'll be people in different current realities or different starting points. It doesn't matter. You all have the deep in you. And from that deep, we're going to be able to pull out your offering, whatever that is, in the name of your truth. So that's going to be our group intention for the next couple of days, to just go for the deep. If you're the kind of person that usually sits and doesn't share very much, it's going to be pretty hard to hide in a group this small. Go deep, share, be vulnerable, ask the question. If you've got a question and you're the type of person that feels like, oh, maybe I don't want to ask a question. What if Ellie tells me she's not going to answer it? What if people think I'm silly or whatever? Be willing to go for the deep and ask the question, because the answer will serve. Cool. So can we agree to hold that as like a group intention for the next couple of days, to go for the deep? Yeah. Does it resonate? Like that's what you want in your offerings? Great. That's good news. Awesome. So going on into the introduction in the workbook, I'm on page 1. And it says $1 Million Book Club presents Meet Your Writer's Genius. So what the $1 Million Book Club is the intention and the energy behind when you write something with your genius. It will have an energy and a momentum behind it that will magnetize opportunity to you, whether that opportunity and financial opportunity to you, whether that opportunity is direct and you sell 1 million copies of your book for $1 and you've made $1 million, whether that opportunity is someone read your book and then says, hey, will you speak at this on this stage for me? You get 20 grand for that. Okay, sure. Who knows? We don't know what the opportunity is. It might be in your industry that you work in, you put that book out there and it fills your clinic or it fills your coaching business. It supports you in that way. So the essence and the intention behind that is you can make $1 million out of your writing. Absolutely. I mean, writing Facebook ads is writing. So there's a lot of direct and indirect ways that writing can make us money. And it starts by saying in the introduction, the first piece is qualifications for teaching $1 Million writing. And I think your workbook will probably have William's name in it, not mine, but it's not very helpful if I tell you William's qualifications when he's not here. So I'm going to tell you mine, mine for writing. And my successes are since creating. I came to work with Will 8 years ago now, which blows my mind that it's been equally feels like it's been my whole life and also feels like it's been 5 minutes, like insane that it's been 8 years already. Maybe even 9, it's 2026 now. Anyway, it's been a minute. I've known him for a little while and I've become a creative development trainer that focuses on genius. That's what we do. Some of you are training to do that now. Some of you are working on becoming that in your own expressions. But it's all of my success. I've had amazing success in my businesses. I've bought homes. I've gotten married. I'm married to the love of my life. I have written 13 books in different genres: poetry books, non-fiction, fiction. I've made a lot of money out of my books, directly and indirectly. I've spoken on different stages. I've taught retreats. I've sold out a lot of courses and things. I've done a lot of different things. I make music. I make commissioned music now. I make amazing money making music. And I've done all these different things that may or may not resonate with things that you would love to do. But the reason that I've had my success is due to my ability to apply structure. And that's it. And that's, it's a question that I get often. How do you do all the things that you do? Like at the moment, I'm writing 2 different books. I'm working on 4 different albums. I'm launching a new course. We've got new marketing team onboarding, like doing a lot. We run our Airbnb businesses. There's a lot of moving parts in my world. And I get the question all the time, how do you do it all? How do you do it all? How do you do it all? And it's just from applying structure. That's all it is. Like the difference between me and someone who doesn't write their book is the application of structure. That's it. And the quality of the structure matters because people can follow a structure that leads to them writing the foam of the ocean, right? Not from the deep. You can follow a structure. There's a lot of writing courses out there. I've enrolled in a few of them, much to my dismay. And they're just about foam. It's what they're about. If you sit down at the same desk every day and you put an hour in and you work really hard. I entered a writing program once that was like, if you publish one book a month for a year and you write 5,000 words a day and you just keep trying and you post on social media every day, on TikTok, on Instagram, on this, on that, on LinkedIn, you might find some readers. This was like the welcome module, and I was like emailing for a refund. Get me out of here. This is not the place. Um, yeah. But so we want to have a structure that we're applying where it puts us in the path of least resistance as we're creating from our genius. And that's what I've done well. That's what William's done well. That's what I've done well. That is the reason for our successes. There's nothing else. And why do why do people struggle with writing? Because you guys all know that you have a genius, right? Would you agree that you have this genius, you have this deep, you have this superconscious ability? I mean, everybody in this space has done readings before and tapped into it. Maybe you've had a greatness reading, or you've had someone bow to your genius. You know you have gifts and talents, and yet struggling with writing, right? And that's going to look different for different people. Maybe struggling accepting the vision that's coming to you, struggling literally having writer's block, struggling knowing what to write, or how do I get 20 years of my career expertise into a book, or how do I know where to start, or, the struggles look different for everybody. We're going to unpack a lot of them this weekend, but would you guys agree that there's some sort of struggle when it comes to your writing? Maybe even believing in your, the awesomeness of what you'll make, whether it's worth being out in the world and people reading it, or the vulnerability of someone else reading it. Goodness, it is a vulnerable thing. Well, why do people struggle with writing, right? When you know you have a genius and you all have an edge on the rest of the population, you know how to connect to your genius, right? So why do we struggle with writing? And it's because there's a difference between knowing you have genius and actively expressing it by choice. They're two different skills. And why I love teaching writers is because not only are we learning about creating, but we're applying it. And that's where the magic happens. Claire and I were doing our partner choices the other day. And one of the things that she said in the readings we were doing, she was like, time doesn't determine results, action does. You can be working on writing your book for however long, or thinking about your book for however long. But if you're not actively writing your book from the perspective of your genius, accessing your deep, you're not going to get the result that you want, right? That genius creation sitting in your hands. And can we agree that I'm going to say book a lot, but I just mean any type of writing? So if you're sitting here going, Ellie, I don't want to write a bloody book, so I'm going to say it a lot. It's the easiest thing for me to say. But I mean any writing. I mean blog. I mean music. I mean wedding vows or a speech. Someone commented in the writers' Facebook group that if you haven't been invited in yet, it might be because I think the invite might come after the workshop. Like you go in once you've done the workshop. And I did a live video in there, and someone commented, I used it to write the speeches at my son's wedding. I was like, that's awesome. It just comes in all these different unexpected ways. So yeah, that's really my authority is twofold. One, in my own life, this is my little pile of books here. Actually, one of them's Claire's, so that's cheating. There's 14 books here, 13 of them are mine. But I'm really proud of her book too, so it's in my pile. So there's evidence, right, of applying it, but also in different arenas, not just in books. But it's also in my ability as a coach to put somebody in the structure of their genius, because that's a different skill, right? To just writing, which you all have. But yeah, the real authority is I spend a lot of time supporting people get in their genius. I've got my hours in that. And that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to be here. Well, we're all going to do it together, but I'm going to be supporting you, connecting with your genius and you writing from that place. And it's just important, especially for anyone here who's never met me before. I've met a few of you before. I've been in trainings with a few of you. I've seen a couple of you at my book launches, actually, which is really cool. But yeah, especially if we're meeting for the first time, it's important to know I'm not going to be asking of you anything that I've not done for myself, and anything that I've not supported other people already in and seen results. So I'm keen to see your results come to life. Cool. Let's go to number 2. The failure of education. The word education is originally derived from the Latin educere, meaning to draw out or bring forth, which implies that originally it was understood that the preparation of a human being, itself a term referring to godlike creativity for life, involved connecting them with their genius, an inner ability or creative spirit that would serve them in whatever they undertook. But our modern view of ourselves is rational and mechanistic, and instead of our genius being validated, we are actually led to believe that there is nothing within us that we can rely on, and so are taught to be reliant on whatever we can be filled up with. We come to rely on external direction for everything, including our expression and inspiration. Who has ever had somebody give negative feedback about something that you've expressed? And who has ever used that as evidence and a good reason to express less? I have. I'll raise my hand for sure. And vice versa. Who's ever gotten great validation from expressing something and then used that as the reason to keep going, right? Neither of which are genuine reasons for creating anything, right? If we're writing a book for the pure sake of getting validation, or if we're writing terrified of what's going to happen when we express ourselves, do you think either of those structures are going to produce a genius offering? The answer is no. If anyone's wondering. No. So, and it's not, it's really not our fault. And I want to impress that upon you. It's a failure of our education, and it's not even like our teacher's fault, or it's education's been the system for longer than that. But Neoplatonic philosophy, which was the original education that's mentioned here, it was about finding your gifts and honing in on that and just encouraging that gift to flourish. The Renaissance, the painters in the Renaissance, they were in art school. That's what they did. They painted and they painted and they painted, and they were nurtured and nourished in those gifts and became beautiful expressions of their genius, right? So it's not that if you're having an experience, there will be people in this room. William was one of these people who didn't finish his formal education in high school. But you might be a person who goes, oh, but I haven't done writing courses, or I've never studied literature, or I haven't, I'm not very good with grammar, or I don't know spelling, or maybe my vocabulary is not great, or, you have these like mental concepts of what's available to you with your writing. But all of that is coming from a place of logic. All of that is based on the past experiences that you do or don't have, and using those to count yourself in or out. And none of that is your deep. And true education is accessing the deep within you, accessing those gifts and going, okay, now let's harness those gifts. And that's what this is, like a re-education relative to writing. So it will defy a few things that you've learned about writing in the past, possibly, but that's okay, hey. If what you've learnt in the past relative to writing has led to the result of not following through with the calling in your heart, it's okay to ditch that stuff and now learn some things that'll have you following through with your callings. At least I think so, if you want my opinion. Cool. We're going to deepen into that with number 3, tapping into genius. I read this one to you guys for anyone who was on the webinars. An orientation that draws only on rational, linear input is bound to past experience and external information. At best, it relegates us to a second-hand life, and certainly to the scrap heap of creative endeavor. Creativity, by definition, is the ability to make connections that have not been made before. So it's an awareness or consciousness that transcends the linear and the rational, that goes beyond the known, outside of time and space, and offers us a first-hand, original, visionary relationship to life, the universe. As ancient educators understood, we are actually all possessed of a genius, a creative spirit. And if we are to create first-hand original works blazing with clarity, inspiration, relevance, and passion, then the only way is to become truly educated, to bring forth and connect with our genius. If you write what you set out to write, you've failed. You haven't put new things together. Writing is a discovery. Writing, when you're writing really from the deep, you're going to be discovering as you go. Have you ever given like a greatness reading to somebody that you already knew before a training? Or, any sort of reading to someone that you already knew, and you think before you get into that circle, you think you know their greatness. You think you know what you're going to get. And then you go into innocence and you step in and you get something different. You see it from a different perspective. Or maybe you've gone into a breakout room and judged someone and assumed you knew what you were going to get in that circle. But then you step into innocence and you go in and you're going to get something else. You can imagine imagine trying to give a reading, assuming that like everything that you can read them, the only place that you can draw information is from what you already know about that person. Imagine if I just put you guys in a breakout room right now and was like, no intuition techniques, no innocence, no nothing. You have to give each other a reading and you have to draw on what you already know about each other. You'd be like, shit, Mark, you've got headphones and you like clear, crisp spaces. You're not going to know much if you don't already know each other. But even if you know each other really well, you're not going to serve each other with that information, right? You're not going to come out of that breakout room buzzing with how connected you're feeling and how accurate that was and how magical that experience was. You're going to come out going, well, that was a waste of my fucking time, And that's what happens when people write books from that place, from that logical part of their mind. And I'm not talking about like a maths textbook. Obviously, there is a time and place for logical things to be included. But we're writing transformation. That's what we teach here. Writing for transformation, whether it's story, whether it's nonfiction, fiction, is irrelevant. You don't necessarily require full-on genius to copy maths. I was going to say math spells. It's not what they are. Equations. I like magic, if you can't tell. But this is, if you want to add something to an industry that hasn't been added before, if you want to put your flair, no one's ever told a story like you can tell it, unless you have. But I bet you've got more in you, it's the deep. So we're going on an adventure to access with awareness this deep consciousness inside us that is going to create something original. And it's going to create something that even as you're writing it, you're going to go, oh, I didn't see that coming. This surprised me. I actually learned something about myself writing that. There's a saying in alchemy, one of our axioms is that if you want to heal, just create. And when you write, you will heal parts of yourself. And it's not I'm not saying you need to write in order to heal yourself because you're broken and you've got shit to fix, but we've all got wounds, right? We've all got pain. And when you write, you will naturally access your wholeness from that deep place if you're writing from genius. And then as your wholeness expresses, it's just naturally going to stitch some shit together for you. I wrote a book about my second Ankara Codes book. Um, the core theme is forgiveness, and I thought I understood forgiveness before I wrote that book, but it changed me writing that. It gave me these different perspectives on particular relationships in my life, and it was a healing. It's not why I wrote it. I wrote it because I had a calling in my heart to write this book. And when I wrote book one, I thought it was just going to be a once-off novel. And then my muse told me there was going to be more books. And so, shit, got to follow through and write book two. That's why I wrote it. I didn't write it thinking this will be really powerful for my relationship with my father, but it was. It was. Cool. I've been talking at you guys for a hot minute, so I would love to hear some of your voices, to get some shares. Just what's landing so far? What are you learning? I mean, already there must have been a few things that you go, ah, yeah, that's really landed for me. This occurs for me. So yeah, I'd love to hear what's landing, what's something that you've written down and gone, oh, that was a nugget. Um, if you're ever stuck for a share, look to your notes. There'll be something in there. But yeah, let's get some shares, guys. And Susan and Mark, kick us off.
Hi. So for me, the one thing that I really liked so far is the shift on my understanding of education. Not something that I put in me, more knowledge that I need to learn before I can do something, but to see it as bringing out what is already in me, and that felt really true and kind of lifts a weight. So I like that. That was my takeaway so far. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thanks so much. Yeah, it is a bit of a relief, isn't it? We do put a lot of pressure on ourselves to be certain ways or prepare. Like we're such a prepared people. Yeah, beautiful. Thanks. Susan.
What stood out for me was the difference in structure of this, because I have taken another rating course too, and it was all just the rating stuff, spend so much time, and also, about the structure, what its reasons people go out and rate. Maybe it is for validation, maybe it's just to get some sort of external applause for it or whatever. But in this, what strikes me is the structure for this is going to be about our genius accessing that, not just about the race, not about the doing, it's about accessing our genius and going deeper too is that really hits me that it's not just going to be something because I don't want to rate like that. I want it to be deep and accessing what's really within.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks for that. Yeah, I remember when William said to me once when I'd finished my first manuscript and shared it with my editor and then you go through, the editing phase and da 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 and then eventually you come to this point of like, shit, I gotta share this with the world. And I was vulnerable. There were certain I was like the first chapter of that book is a sex scene and I was like, oh God, my grandma's gonna read it. Like I was just so uncomfortable. And I remember saying that to Will, and he just said to me, look, there are going to be people who will see your book as their next Bible. They will sleep with it under their pillow. They will recommend it to everybody that they love. They will not stop talking about it. There will be people who will use it as toilet paper. And your job is to be in the deep with the people who are in the deep with you. And that's it. Like, don't worry about the people who are in a different space. So yeah, it just made me think of that with that share. But yeah, beautiful. It's true, hey? Yeah, yeah. And it's true. Um I've had people in the deep with me, and then I have people who love me very much who just will outright, my uncle, he goes, I'm never gonna read that. He's like, I do not want to read smut from my niece. No, thank you. Never. Okay. That's okay. Mark. Thanks, Susan.
What's learning for me is for me letting go of my preconceived ideas and being a process of discovery. And when you mention like the $1 million book club, it could be $1 million in book sales, but it could be a speaking opportunity, a business opportunity, or Facebook posts. So like I had a very limited idea of what it had to be for me. So that's opened that up.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a funny industry, like there's millions of books now published in a year. Like it's so accessible to us, and now people are doing it with AI. Fuck me. So whipping out a book in 20 minutes, or I don't know, I don't use AI, so I don't know how long that would take, but they're whipping out books left, right, and center and um whatever. And then of that, so much of it is just mundane stuff. And then there's like these ones that become bestsellers. But it just, even bestseller, like I had a friend recently who launched her book, and because of the niche that she launched in, she sold 70 copies and hit bestseller. And I was like, it's just such a skewed thing of, oh, I'm a best-selling author. It's like, well, what does that even mean? It means very different things. Even there are particular weeks of the year where if you're a best-selling author in that week, that means you're the shit. But on other weeks, you're like, yeah, but all the good authors are publishing on those weeks. So it's not it's not so real. It's actually a strategy for publishing houses to publish away from those guys to try and get bestseller, just I mean, yeah, you might get some credibility, but I think people are clocking on to how fake that credibility can be. And it's just so not about like I actually when people are like, oh, I want to make $1 million selling books, I'm like, how boring. There's all these other ways you can be impacting and sharing your magic from your book. And don't get me wrong, if you're sitting there and you're going, no, I know it's my truth to just write books and live in a cabin in the woods and that's all I do and that's where my money comes from, great. I like celebrate that for you, go for it. Um, I think I'd die. Like I just have too many. I'm too multifaceted for that. And I think most of us are. I think most of us have multiple talents that, writing's one of them that can uplift every other choice and you'll land a plenty. Like I was saying before, I use this to write my wedding vows. That uplifts my relationship. But it's not just about writing books. But yeah, cool. Cool takeaways. Can we get a couple more before we keep moving? I think Gaia's hand was up, our golden ticket winner, and Barbara.
Thank you. So what's landing for me is that our attachment to definitions can be really limiting for us, and it can be very sneaky. I can be attached to being like I'm a mom or I'm project manager or whatever it is that I don't give it a lot of thought, but it's very limiting, especially if I sit down and write from that space. It limits what I can write and the ideas and the pool from where I create. And it's definitely not genius. So what I'm getting is we need to tap into intuition and let go of any definitions first.
Beautiful.
Choose that.
Thanks. Yeah, it's great takeaway. I had a client, a writing client who really identified as being a linguist, like really identified with knowing like this word actually breaks down to mean this, this, and this in Latin, and in the 1600s, this is what it meant, and did it. And he would like painstakingly write a sentence, and it would take him hours because he'd be like deconstructing this word means this, and I was like, what are you doing? And he was like, like language, I love language. And I was like, um, what about when you connect to your genius? What do you get? And he's like, oh, when I connect to my genius and I see myself writing, I'm like writing with speed and it's really fun and all these things come together. And I was like, cool. So what are you doing? And he was like, oh shit. I'm like in this definition of I'm a linguist and I break down words and I know language well and da da da. It was really freeing for him. It's a cool takeaway. Barbara, and then we'll keep moving. Thanks for the shares, guys.
Hi everyone. Sorry, hi everyone. Um, so there were a couple of things that really hit home. It started off with the validation, not, external validation, positive or negative, not being a reason for not expressing yourself. But I think then it going on to you saying writing for transformation. I love that phrase. And I kind of imagine, and I loved you then going, if you want to heal, just create. And the fact that all of that validation, I'm sort of linking those two together, all that validation, it's the self-validation that we're really seeking, and that by tapping into our genius to write, we can create this transformation in ourselves to find our self-validation, which then continues this. I feel like it's a bubbling up like a volcano.
It is.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's true, the principle of momentum is one of our founding principles in alchemy, right? The more you create, the more you create. The more you sit in your shit, the more you sit in your shit. You build momentum when you follow through and when you like there's not much that looking at this pile. I mean, I don't have this pile of books here to like up myself or go, yeah, fuck yeah, like look at my books, look how good I am. It's because when I look at that, I go, well, I could do that, so can do anything else that occurs to me in my land of plenty. It's like it's just an anchor. It's like, oh yeah, well, if I can follow through with that, having no idea how to do any of it, then I can follow through with building a successful business and having no idea how to do any of it, or getting married and having no idea how to be in a marriage, or making extra money over for that and having no idea how to like it just pokes holes in every other concept that I have because there's my proof following through. Yeah. And then the message that our subconscious gets, which is what we, let's say, monitor from like a place of control, but we want to have awareness of as creators, what's the message my subconscious is getting right now? Well, what's the message my subconscious gets every time I see that is I follow through. And my shit comes up and I'm human and I have wounds and da da da, and I follow through. So I'm excited for you guys to have that too. It's a really special thing. Very cool. And it doesn't matter how big or little the pile is. You have one thing in there and you're like, you're good. You got this anchor forever. Like you did the thing. It's very cool. All right. How are we for energy? Do you have like a little bit more if I keep going and then we'll have a bit of a comfort break after that? Is that sweet? First thing in the morning for a lot of people here, so you should be fine. It's getting a little bit darker. All right, let's go. So I'm still on page 1. Can you believe? Are you guys, is anyone like, wow, I've already gotten so much value out of this? I remember doing it for the first time, being like, I kept having that thought of, all right, I can go right now. It's like, we don't even have the system yet, but anyway, it's cool. All right, number 4, levels of creativity. Again, I think we went through this a little bit in the webinar very quickly. Unskilled imitation, skilled imitation, low-level derivative, high-level derivative, innovative, inventive, and genius. So this is like an academic measure of levels of creativity. That's where this comes from. Anybody here read Secrets of Natural Success by good old William Blackwell? A few people. Yeah, good. That's pretty good odds, actually. I think nearly everybody put their hand up. So this is covered in good detail in that book as well. But we move from, so unskilled imitation would be like, I write a chapter, send it to you all, you copy it. Congratulations, you have written a chapter, but it didn't require a lot of skill. I mean, the skill to write, maybe to read and write, but you're just imitating something that already exists. Skilled imitation, maybe you write it in epic calligraphy. And I go, wow, you made it way prettier than I did, or maybe you format it better, or it's still my work, but you've applied some of your skills to it. Low-level derivative might be that you change a few of the stories. Maybe you change a couple character names or a couple details. In my story, they kiss. In your story, she slaps him and says, no, you can't kiss me. There's like a little bit of a change, and then that's it. High-level derivative, lots of change, or more change. but it's still undeniably, you'd still read it and go, yeah, but it's not your original works, right? It's not yours. I remember learning high level, maybe even low level derivative when I was in like year 5, and I was so proud of it. I wrote this presentation about Joan of Arc on this huge poster, and I was a little nerd, guys, if you can't tell, but I was so proud of it. And I took it to my grandparents' house, and I was like, this is my poster that I made. I was so proud of it. But I had researched how I wrote that. I researched Joan of Arc, and then as my teacher taught me, we took paragraphs that stuck out to us, sentences that we found interesting that we could reference, and we swapped words. We took a sentence and rewrote it in our own words. So they made us write it in our own words. So we're not allowed to copy and paste and put it in the presentation. I mean, granted, I was like 10, so they got to start teaching me from somewhere. But I also wrote one about the wandering albatross, and same thing, I was sitting there with like encyclopedias going, oh, that's a good sentence. And then just like juggling the words around, going on the thesaurus. What's the word for that? And swapping it in, so mental, so logical, but it's that derivative, right? And there would have been, the more I did that, I probably got higher level derivative as I went, right? And I was fucking proud of those. It'd be really interesting. I bet my mum still probably has them. It'd be really interesting to read them now. Like, that's not how I write. That's not, I would be able to tell reading it now. But anyway, who's ever done that or learned to do something similar to that in school? Yeah, I mean, it's what we do when we're writing essays and whatever. I remember even in literature in high school, we had two different, it's probably different in different countries, but we had two different Englishes. One that was like normal English where you do visual, movies, creative, like all of the spectrum. And then we had literature, which was like you read novels and you exam novels. And I did both. But in literature, we literally would write the essays after having discussed the book as a class and deciding what the best takeaways were from the book. And then you would go, okay, now you've got to put those takeaways in your words in your essay. And it's like, well, what's original about that? Like, unless you were the kid that put your hand up and offered that idea, it's not your idea. It's not your interpretation. It's like the group's interpretation of something, right? And yes, of course, we all went away and we wrote essays of different qualities for different reasons. Some of us were better at grammar and some of us could remember more than someone else because that was a skill that we had, but it was not an original work. It was derivative of a brainstorm that we'd had as a class. So did anyone ever do stuff like that at school? Yeah. Here's our failure of education, hey? Innovative, inventive is like just the highest level of derivative. It's like enough that it's different. It's like Uber existed and then came Ola and then came and they did different things like I'm going to pay the drivers more or, it's still not their original idea. We see that in tech and all sorts of things all the time where somebody launches a product and everyone's like, how did we not think of doing that before? Like, how has no one ever made that? And then there's 50 of them and some of them are just better than others. And you can tell the people that have gotten innovative at it are just better than others. They've just applied a bit of creativity to something that, again, already existed, wasn't an original idea. And then we have genius, which is where we have originality. Genius is like, oh, only you could write like that. When we have writers' genius retreats in Bali, and we do like group heart rituals at night. So we do like a group heart meditation. But beforehand, we come together, and there's an opportunity, a couple days in, for people to start sharing what they're writing. And just to share a little bit, read a page, read a poem. People are writing all sorts of different things. I wrote a few songs on retreat, so I was sharing a couple of my songs, and we had like a share circle before we do group heart and go to bed. And it was just undeniable. Like as each person would share, you're like, no one could tell that story like Becky just did. And nobody could bring that energy like you just did. Like it became so undeniable, everyone's essence and energy that they brought, their individuality, and Becky's like the best example. I've asked her permission to share this story before. And because she's quite quiet. So she'd be like on a training like this and she'd be like, she'd share. She wants to give good energy. She's like, she wants to, but she's quite quiet. She's quite introverted. So it's not her reflex. She got up and did this stand-up comedy and like knocked our socks off. And we were all like, where the fuck has Becky been? Like that was insane. And I'd done readings with her. She was a coaching client of mine. I'd done readings and you're really funny, like really funny. Like, and I'd seen it it was like earlier in our relationship together, but she fucking blossomed at the retreat and we were all in tears and stitches listening to her. And then she'd just sit back down. Like, who's next? Like, just so chill. But it was her essence just shone out of her, and yeah, the same's available to all of us. So that's what we're going for is your own shining in that place. And that's why we have nothing to worry about when it comes to AI, or if 6 people in this room get that they're going to write books about the same shit. Like, it doesn't matter because the way you do it, only you can. It just doesn't matter. That's why, how many different fantasy fiction worlds are there out there that have just done so well and gone viral, and all of us people who are into it will just jump in from fairy smut to the next fairy smut, like if, the next world, the next dragon world, whatever. Like it's no one does it. They all do it a little bit differently. They all have their own essence in there, and they build their own worlds, and they're unique. Like the vampire mythology in that book's different to the vampire mythology in that book, and sometimes people whip out these things, and you go, "Oh wow, that's really different." Yeah, it's genius. Cool. So we're hopefully driving home that we want to write from genius. Is this landing? Amazing. Genius is the deep. Everything else is just foam. Everything else is, when I give those examples of ways that I learned to write at school, I'm like, everything else is teaching me to be a good member of society. Like that's what it's teaching me to do. It's just like fit in the bubble and the box, and this is the information that's available to you, and this is what you can write about, and this is and yeah, even I studied medicine and at university, and it was the same. It's like you have to reference everything that you write. There's no space for originality. There was never like an encouragement of make it up, see if you can treat this thing that's untreatable. It's like, no. Reference what's already been done. Focus on the past and the answer will be there. It's like, fuck, like that's just not how things evolve. And yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that medicine should all be an experiment, but it'd be nice to have space for genius to be celebrated, right? Beyond academic genius, because obviously that's a type of intelligence is a type of genius too, but there's lots of different types. All right. Number 5, alchemy. The premise of alchemy is steeped in superstition. So I think we're on page 2 now. If I just made you flip, sorry about that. The premise of alchemy is steeped in superstition, conveyed as a literal quest for the conversion of lead into gold. In truth, alchemy is in fact a model for tapping into and operating from genius. It originates from shamanism and explains metaphorically the process of shifting from rational self-consciousness, nigredo, to non-rational superconsciousness, albedo, then following through on that genius awareness, rubedo. If you haven't already done Alchemy for Success, you'll learn this process in great detail there. It's beyond the scope of what we're going to go through in this training, but those of you who've been through it, it's just a little refresher of the premise. This process is clarified by the Hermetic axiom: you make the fixed volatile and the volatile fixed. Now, the alchemy training is a 5-day training, right? So we're not going to cover that this weekend. But it is alchemy, writing from genius. The ability to write from genius is an alchemical skill. It is. Because you have all those things that you've all been very disciplined and honest and said you've got shit around writing, right? You've got thoughts, feelings, constructs, identities, limiting beliefs, factors, conditions that you really think inhibit you from writing. And that is just your fixed. That's the fixed in alchemical terms. Your fixed is what you think your reality is. And when we put you in a place of genius, what happens is your fixed becomes volatile. Someone actually, I think a couple of you, but I think Anne said it in the shares before about just feeling like a weight lift. That, oh, yeah, I have had these limitations, and I have had, I think Susan was talking about identity as well. I have had these identities, and now that you point that out, the fixed becomes volatile, right? It opens up a bit. You go, oh, maybe it's actually not true that because I didn't finish high school, I can't write a book. Or maybe it's actually not true that just because I've wanted to do it for 10 years and haven't, I can't. Maybe that's not true. Maybe there's something else available to me. And that's your fixed becoming volatile. And that is going to happen for all of us. I have writing sessions, guys, still, where I sit down and I go, well, I'm not a writer though. So what do I do? I mean, how horse shit is that? It's such fake news. It's such fake news. But that's my fixed shit, right? I'm not a writer. Nobody's gonna want to listen to what I have to say. Even it's amazing now. It's like people are sick of me writing books. I'm at my book limit. I shouldn't write any more books. You know, it's my fixed stuff. It's all in the name of my ego stopping me express myself to protect myself, right? That's what's really going on. But as you guys know, because you've experienced it, it's fucking real when you're in it, right? It's fixed. It's on you. It's your experience. It's your reality. And so we make that volatile. And part of that is just by going, oh, it's called purification here on the diagram. You guys can see that little U or upside down U shaped arrow. You purify it by just calling it out, calling it what it is, and then it shakes loose. One of my clients calls it, she goes, oh, it's like I'm a jar of dirt and you just shake me and then there's air in me again. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of my job. Because we're shaking it loose, we're shaking the fixed, we're making it volatile. And then we make the volatile fixed. So what is the volatile? The volatile is what comes to us when we're in our innocence. What comes to us when we open to what we're listening to. What came to you in your land of plenty was volatile. You didn't come out of your land of plenty and go, oh, there it all is, right here, right now, in my reality that I can touch. That's not what happened, right? If it was, you did your land of plenty wrong. Because your land of plenty is like, it's a future vision. It's where you're going next. It's what's true for your soul to create next, right? And then you come back and you go, oh, but I'm here. But I'm here. And then we start taking action to fix those visions into our reality, to fix the volatile into the here and now. So in writing, you don't believe you can write your book for whatever your reasons are, whatever your wounds are, right? We name them, we'll observe them. We're doing it very broadly now. We're going to get into more nitty-gritty. And then we're going to go to albedo, go to the higher perspective, go to that place when you're in innocence and you access more information than you think you can. Enter your superconscious and so things will come. An idea will come to you. You will hear the calling of your soul that you have to write. You'll have clarity on what that is. And then your job is to follow through on that genius awareness. That's rubedo. That's rubedo. And the word that's not here, the fourth element of alchemy is the red tincture. And that's what it's called. It's like you put the red tincture, it's the thing that goes in the cauldron at the end. And that's your action. You take action. So I'm pulling the piss out of writing courses that are like, you sit down and you write and you do this and you work hard and da-da-da-da. The only thing that they have right there is that you will have to write. That's the bit we can't bypass. You are going to have to sit and write. Well, you might stand and write, you might walk and write. I know people who walk and talk into a dictaphone, or, you'll find your way. But you will have to write. You will have to apply the red tincture. You will have to take the action. But that's what we're doing here. We're writing through alchemy. We're not writing through a mental plan, a logical formula. Like, we're going to have a structure that's going to make it easy. But it's alchemy. It's not thinking about it. It's not. I see influencers on like BookTok and stuff all the time that are like, download my free PDF for how you build a world and plan out your chapters of your book and da da da. And I go, oh, like, and sometimes I read those books and I go, it's still pretty good, but what would they make if they just really let themselves be loose and original and open, if they really went to the volatile and made it fixed. We're utilizing our imaginations to create. We're going to the deep. The deep is volatile. Cool. I think we got one more. 6, yeah. Creative structure. Still on page 2. Also deriving from alchemy, and now appreciated by modern psychology and creative development experts, there is a known structure of consciousness which compels superconscious wisdom and even engages our natural ability in manifesting desired end results. Truth, love, wisdom. You guys are familiar with this. Does anybody have a choice or choices? Please God, may all your hands rise. If you don't, you should have choices. But that's okay if you're still going through the curriculum and learning too. But we make choices, right? As creators, it's part of our, I don't know, ethos, part of our values. It's just one of the things that we do. And what do we do? The truth is where you are right now. Love is where you want to be. It's you holding your book in your hands, or your script, or your song, listening to your song. And when you have both of those, both truth and love, when you go, oh, where I am right now is, I know I have a calling to write, but I don't know what I'm going to write, and I'm in my shit about it. And where I would love to be is having written my offering and followed through and be living my true nature and purpose in the world, expressing my true nature and purpose relative to writing. That's where I'd love to be. And I'd love to be there from bringing out my nature, not from thinking, and working really hard, right? I'd love to be there in that genius expression of that. That's, I hope I'm imagining most of your truth and love right now, nuanced for each of you, but that's the reality, right? When you can hold both of those, truth and love, those vibrations at the same time, so you can have both in your awareness. I don't have it, but I want it. And I know what I want. Then wisdom rises. And this is what we do in creating, right? You have a choice, most of you. And if you don't yet, you soon will have a choice for your written offering. And maybe some of you have writing choices that are just pretty broad, that are like, I want to express my wisdom through writing, or, that don't really allude to a particular offering yet, but you just know writing's true for you and that's the choice. Or maybe you have a very specific one. But regardless, you have a vision, you have a choice to write. And what happens when you make that choice? You step into the vision, you step into the current reality, you get a next step, and you act on the next step. And stoked for you guys that your next step has been to come here, right? Because now the next steps are just going to be so much easier for your writing choices, at least. But we're talking about writing, and that's what I'm going to continue to talk about all weekend, obviously. But it applies to everything else too. As with writing, so with relating. As with writing, so with buying a home. As with relating, so with finance, whatever else you've got, business, whatever else you've got in your land of plenty. It's alchemy. We want to be applying alchemy, in your relationship, right? Who wants to relate to their beloved person that you want to spend your life with from genius? From that place. I know I do. And yeah, still I'm human. So I'm not doing it perfectly. But you know, in the name of follow through, my God, I try. I don't want to relate from the phone. Who knows people, and maybe you see it even more after being in this work where you go, wow, I just can't relate to you because you live in the phone. And it's surface level conversation, and I'm just not like I'll come. I hear a lot of people can be their family, right? I'll come to family dinner, but I'm not staying for after dinner drinks. Like I'm out of there, or you know, people have different examples, but even friendship groups. I've had friendship groups in my life that I've just outgrown. And I go, I just can't, I'm just not, I don't want to come and get fucked up and go out. Like I want to go build my true nature and purpose in the world. And so we're on different, I'm committed to the deep and they're not. And that's okay. Doesn't mean anything other than I'm committed to the deep and they're not. But yeah, that's what we're doing here. Applying that creative structure to a specific offering that's going to come out. You're going to have clarity on that by the end of the weekend. So I know we're doing a lot of framing up, but it's valuable and important and setting us up for everything that is to come. So I want to give everybody a comfort break, just because we've been going for a bit and I want to keep the energy high. So it's 6:23. That's not going to be, what is that? Is it 10:23 in London right now? Not everyone's in London, but so that's not gonna work. But it's 23 past. We're gonna come back at 35 past. So we're gonna take 12 minutes, decent break, go move your bodies, fill up your waters, come back with snacks, whatever you're gonna do. And we'll keep going. Cool. Thanks for a great start, guys. Off to a banging start. We're on. We're back, team. Let's get some shares just to drop in. What's landing? What are you learning? What's occurring to you so far? What's resonating with you so far? What have we got? Tracy and Mark.
Hi, Ellie. Hi, everyone. Yeah, what I got from this, just what you said about writing from the deep is a discovery, and oh, that's just like music to my ears because when I'm writing from the phone, it's just so miserable. Because not to say that I've had a miserable life, but I'm so over myself. Like I want to go into these incredible spaces and worlds that have experience of exploring in the deep and just I can see myself in writing from the deep with fun and immersion and just being delighted with what it is that's coming through. And that's just such a contrast to my usual foamy writing. So yeah, it's just really refreshing. Like it's just it gives me goosebumps thinking about spending time and engaging in the deep in the way that I know is possible.
So good. Yeah, you're really getting it. Hey, it's cool. It's really cool. I remember being at I was at a friend's birthday party once and I didn't really know anybody else there. And, you know, they try and introduce you to someone, offer some common ground. And I'd just published my first book. And he was like, oh, introduce you to this woman. She's been trying to write her book. Like, you guys will get on. She's a writer. Da, da, da. And she was in the foam, man. Like she'd been trying to write a book for 3 years and she'd written like very little and it'd been very hard. And she was like, I literally try and write every day and I just don't write. I could sit there for hours and nothing happens. And I can't believe you finished your book. How long did it take you? And I was like, 4 weeks. And I almost felt bad saying it, you know, but it was the truth. It was the truth. And it was a very, very much one of those experiences of like I went into the deep, and because you're in the deep and because you're in a discovery and because you don't know what's going to happen next, the only way to find out is to write. And so it's such a joy. It's such a joy. Like, and I have experienced, like, you know, it was fiction I wrote for the first time, so it's next level when it's a story like that. But I've still experienced that with nonfiction. It's not just fiction. It's not an exception. You want to know because it's surprising you as you go. So you go, oh, I want to know what's happening next. And it puts you in this inherent tension to keep creating. It's a question people go, how do you follow through? And I'm like, how do you not? Like, you're obviously writing foam, because if I, didn't write and didn't find out what happened for the rest of my book, it'd kill me. I just couldn't do it. I need to know. So it's another benefit of writing from the deep, hey, it actually inspires you because you want to know. We all have that vein. We want to know. We want to know what happens. We want to know everything. Want to read the end of the story. Yeah, cool share. I'm glad that you're getting excited. Mark, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think what's coming up for me is the truth, the current reality, and the love, and the distance between that. But I really like what you said in the previous session. Creative tension is the fuel we eat for breakfast. So that just made that gap seem a lot better.
Yeah, awesome. I say that to myself often, hey, when I'm in my shed or when something breaks, it's not going how I want it to go. And I'm like, it's okay, I'm a creator. We love tension. It's fine. I eat this shit for breakfast. It's fine. It's a goodie. Nice. What else, guys? Anybody else want to share? Anyone that we haven't? Claire, this is done. What you got?
Yeah, so what's just really like stood out or resonated with me is it is about the foam, and it's how I think it's just really my intention here is like I want to be writing geniusly, and even like approaching the training or approaching life in general, like I want it to be geniusly and not this foam. And I just have the experience of when I have conversations or I'm showing up in a way that's not like authentically me, because like even saying geniusly, it just feels like it's authentically, like it's the authentic creative nature that I have, and that's what I feel really compelled to like bring forth into the world, and like why I want to write like really, like I say, like yeah, creatively, like I want it to be true, like that truth of my essence that I want to come forth and bring into the world. And so I really love the setup, or like the start with the talking about the foam, because just I want it to be the deep, and yeah, that's what I'm here for. So I really resonated with that.
Yeah, thanks, babe. And Claire's an example of it too. I witnessed Claire I just tried to put watch and witnessed as the same word, and I was going to say whatness. I witnessed Claire in the deep last year. She wrote her second book. I'm sure she won't mind me sharing. Yeah, it's all she wanted to do. I was like, want to hang out? Nah, I want to write my book. Want to watch a movie? Nah, I want to write my book. Want to go to the gym with me? Nah, you go. I want to write my book. Like, because she was in the deep and she was enjoying the story so much. She was like, I've got this other world to be in. So you be in this world. I'm going to go be in this world. And you wrote it pretty quick, babe. Was it a month? How was it? It was a month? Yeah. Yeah. Because you're in the deep and you don't want to get like, yeah. And I think Claire will agree. She still has an ego. She still had stuff come up. She still had resistance. She's human. She had stuff, right? She had other commitments in her life, whatever. But the power was in the deep. And so that's where she wrote from. So awesome. So let us all enter the deep together. Shall we? There wasn't anyone after Claire, was there? We can keep going. You guys ready to keep going? Amazing. Theme of our training. If you haven't got it already, I've messed up. Our theme is writing from genius. I think we've landed on the theme. Writing from genius, I'm on page 3, is less a function of rationally understanding and intellectually working out what to say and how to express it, and more a function of receiving, which in a sense means opening to a revelation of what has been put together super consciously and recording that, as in albedo, rubedo. making the volatile fixed through our action. The premise of the muse, certainly as we use it, is a personification of that superconscious part of ourselves that gives us our ideas and the words to express them. Genius, superconscious, and muse are all interchangeable. We are going to talk about the muse a little later in our training, but just in case I whip that language out, interchangeable with genius, superconscious. Cool. All right. The 6 essential elements of $1 Million writing. Now you're going to really get to learn these because I touch on them. touch on them in the webinar, but you're going to really have an experience of these now. So $1 Million book, whether that's a fiction or a non-fiction title, a screenplay or a blog, is an offering that will go viral, meaning its audience will relate to it passionately and be enthused to share it with like-minded people. For your work to have that charismatic quality, it needn't be a work of high literary value, but it must contain the following qualities. It's changing a little bit now in the publishing industry, but it used to be a thing that like so many books would get rejected because they didn't contain high literary value. Some of you might know J.K. Rowling had Harry Potter rejected by like 23, like a lot of publishers. And you can imagine that they're kicking themselves in the teeth now, right? Because it had no literary value. That's why it got rejected. And you know, we can see how the world is changing creatively. We are valuing creativity more. Art is being more celebrated. We're seeing a lot of books that go viral are imaginary. They are fantasy. They are fiction. They are stories. They are like absolutely non-fiction as well. But yeah, it's not it's not always high literary value as used to be the golden standard measurement, which probably wasn't really gold. It was probably like a fake gold, you know, not true gold. That is our genius. So that has to contain these qualities. Simplicity. It doesn't matter how far out your idea is. It must be simple. In modern life, people rail against the oversimplification of issues, but that doesn't alter the fact that trial lawyers and prosecutors have learned that if they argue more than one critical point, they are more likely to lose the case. And politicians who campaign on multiple issues are also less likely to win than single issue campaigners. Equally, if you facilitate workshops, you will be far more effective conveying a single theme than if you try and throw in everything you know. I've said it before, but if you've got multiple themes, write multiple books, run multiple workshops, have multiple keynotes. It doesn't need to all go into one. And in fact, it dulls the essence. Like, can you imagine if this training was about writing from genius, but it was also about building a business from genius, and it was also about being in relationships from your genius perspective, and it was also about buying your next house from genius? Like, you'd be like, well, maybe you would be interested in a couple of those things, but it'd just be all over the place, right? I'd be giving examples left, right, and center that do relate to you, don't relate to you, be tuning in and out based off what resonated with you. And I don't know if anyone would come. Maybe all the 3s in the Enneagram would be here, like, yeah, I'm ready to overachieve on everything. You don't be here. If you've done alchemy, you'll get that joke. Apologies if you haven't. Future self will get it if you do the training. Yeah, simplicity. So theme is the expression of simplicity. It's how we keep ourselves simple, keep what we're creating, having that essence of simplicity. Nowhere is the point going to be more relevant than in establishing a very clear theme. Your theme expresses very clearly and concisely what your offering is about at heart. You really have to nail your theme. Drill it down to a one-sentence statement so profound You can spend your whole life uncovering its meaning. Here are some examples. I think your workbook's going to have The Magician's Way and The Last Shaman. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Magician's Way, your focus creates your reality. Who's read that? Right. And I think I've already spoken to this one in the webinar, so I'll use some different examples. But if you read that book, you just see it's about focus creating your reality from a lot of different angles. That's what it is. And yeah, you just, oh, there it is again. There's the proof again. There's the proof again. There's the proof again. It's what the book's about. It's not about anything else. It's just about that. You could read any chapter in that book and get that essence that it's about focus, creating your reality. The Last Shaman is about the wisdom to create functionally. And that's what it's about. It gives examples of creating dysfunctionally and it shows examples of creating functionally. And you get the essence of it. And if you haven't read that book and you do soon, now you will not unsee the themes and the premises when you go read them. Gave the example of Ankara Codes, my first book. The theme is magic is real. And it's just magic, 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 left, right, and center. It's like sex magic. It's speaking to spirits. It's casting magic. It's talking to trees. It's walking through things. It's just magic, 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 magic. But it's also about the magic, the inherent magic that lives inside us, right? So it's just that being reflected inside, outside, inside, outside. It's all about magic. And the people who don't believe in magic, people who do believe in magic, that's what it's about. In any chapter, you can go, oh yeah, it's about magic. I gave the example earlier tonight about my second book being about forgiveness and how when I wrote that, it shifted my perspective on some of my relationships. That's what it's about. It's about returning to wholeness, realizing that you're whole, and in that space, you can forgive. So we just want to have one theme. The theme is like the undercurrent. It's like the underground river that gives the life force to our creation. And if we don't have that, like without the river, everything else dies, right? We need water to live. It's the water of our creation. It's the fuel body. It's the essence. The script writer that has been the most successful script writer, wrote the scripts for Pirates of the Caribbean, sold 73 scripts. I fact checked this one. 73 scripts for $1 million. And usually a career script writer will write between 3, maybe 10 for an excellent career. And usually they're writing scripts that someone's asked for. People have expressed interest in, we want a script on this book, or we want a script of this theme, or, you know, that they're getting offered. And this guy, I can't remember his name, but he will go, I will sit months. I just won't write a thing. I'll just wait months until I have my theme. But once I have my theme, he writes it above his desk on his writing desk. And he's like, that's what I focus on. And then he gets to work on his script. And he's like, if I don't have my theme, I'm not writing. If you don't have your theme, shit, you got nothing, because that's your river. That's what it's about. And the theme, the best themes pertain to like mythological things that we all philosophize about, you know, that resonate for us on some deep level. Like, how many things have you watched where it's like good versus bad, good versus evil? And you're like, I fucking resonate with it. And you want the good to win and you're rooting for them. But you also relate to the bad guy in some way when they have great character. You know, they show the character in depth. That there'll be elements of the bad guy where you go, oh, but he's still got good in him. You know, and like, I get it. I get why you're mad. I would be too. But also, like, you're invested in it, and it's because mythologically all of us are invested in being good. We all want the world to be a good place. We all want to be in that. We all want to do that. You know, your focus creates reality. We're all invested in creating a life that we would love. Whether we're conscious about it, whether we know how to do it or not, something we all want. We're invested in it. So we're mythologically connected to it. Magic being real. Think of your childhood. Think of like what you did in your spare time as a kid if you got to play outside and imagine things. And I used to go outside and in the forest, which would be like 6 trees, with my friends. And, after school, then we'd be like imagining fairies, and one of us would have a bow and arrow, and there'd be bad fairies that they were hitting with the bow and arrow. And, it was fucking magical. It's magical. 4-leaf clovers, there must be fairies here. Everything was magic. Christmas was magic because it was magic. It's like, oh my gosh, someone's coming down our chimney and there's going to be reindeer and they're going to be flying through the sky. Like, this is the best. I couldn't have cared for like anything other than the magic, Maybe the kids also get pretty influenced by the presents that magically appear under the Christmas tree too, but we're all inherently, we have a child inside us that believes magic's real. And then we have the logic of the adult in the world that comes in and tells us magic's not real, magic's for kids, it's childish, it's fake. And we all have that inside us that wakes up to a world of magic. I mean, why is Harry Potter so popular? We love magic. How cool is it? The first time you're watching first Harry Potter, Philosopher's Stone, and they get into the school and there's all the moving staircases and the moving pictures, and you're just like, oh, that'd be really cool if that was real. We want magic to be real. It's metaphorically, not metaphorically, mythologically resonates with us. It's like a myth of life that we can hook into and connect to. And any of those things, you can just create world after world after world and stick to that one theme, right? Magic is real. What's the scope of that? You could, for the rest of your life, write about that one theme and never run out of ideas and never run out of ways to cover it and never run out of new characters to exemplify different, like it'd just go on and on and on, and people would connect with it. I just read a series about magic. There's a theme here. There's a theme in my life. And oh my God, it just goes on and on. There's so many books. So the book that I just read had 380,000 words. For context, the first Harry Potter, 76,000 words. 380,000 words. And it was like book 9 of the second series. There's also a 5-book series that I've also read, and then there's another 5-book. I'm like, am I ever going to read anything else? I read a lot. I read pretty fast. But I've been in this series for a while. But they're just in their theme. And it just unfolds and unfolds and unfolds. And then these characters come out and they go, oh, we're going to write a side book about this character because they're so awesome. And it's the same theme. And they're writing another book about it. And then this, it's just, it's unending. And of course, within the same theme, you can cover different things. There's a saying we have, if you have one theme and you do it, you stick to it, you do it really well, you'll magically cover 100 different things. But if you try and cover 100 different things, you won't cover any of them. Perhaps the only exception where you might have multiple themes, this is a question that gets asked, could be like if you have a book of stories and then each story has a theme, like a book of fairy tales or something, or a book of short stories, but usually if you just reflect on any compilation books, I mean, I've written one, it's non-fiction, but it's got stories. So I did like an album of music, and then each song I turned into this fictional story with the lyrics through it. And so there's like this little myth with the story, and then there's non-fiction writing after it. And each chapter is like the myth and then the non-fiction writing. And each story has its own theme, but it's all collectively about sharing your magic. So it's all collectively, there's still a overarching theme, but they do have nuanced themes. And that's probably the exception. We get asked sometimes if, can your theme change halfway through your book, or can that happen? And I don't want to put conditions on your writing, right? It's not what we're here for. I want you to be in the deep, and I want you to be free and express and all of that. So I don't want to go, oh, the rule is no, and put you in a box in that way. But That guy who writes scripts would never do that. And he's doing all right as a writer, you know. I wouldn't ever do it. I know William would never do it. It's more than likely, if your theme changes, it says more about your own relationship to commitment than it does about you being in the deep and having the first book in the world that has 2 themes. More than likely. But, you know, I'm not writing your books, you are. But one theme. There's just usually someone that asks that question, so I'm nipping it in the bud first. Cool. All right. Can we get some shares about theme? I think there's one more bit for me to read actually, and then we'll share about it. I think there's one more paragraph at the top of my head. Yeah, there it is. Simplicity. A clear and simple theme is important for your audience. People love an exclusive issue they can come to understand and explore. But the clear and simple theme is equally important for yourself, the writer, because as you are going to find, that sentence is what will write your offering for you. It is a generative force, a vibration that will prompt your imagination to build a whole world around it, as magically and powerfully as subatomic particles gravitate around a nucleus. That sentence is definitely for our nerds, science nerds in the hood. But let's just say it's a sure thing. It'll work. Cool. Shares on just the theme. Just keeping to this. We'll have more open shares about everything again later. So if you haven't had the opportunity to share about other things we covered this morning, you will. But shares just about simplicity, this first element of $1 Million Writing, simplicity and the theme. Anybody got something that's landing for them? Sylvia.
Hi everyone. What's really landed for me is the simplicity, to keep it simple, and one topic at the time, let's say. So the theme, and what really, when you said the theme is the underground river, I really had this vision, of this river going through. I also live by the river, so it's just looked outside and I thought, that is what really made me think about the theme has to go through all the way, and to keep it simple.
Yeah, beautiful. Keep it simple, stupid. Do you guys say that? Is that an Australian thing or is that like a global thing? I have no idea. Yeah, I think it's global. Yeah, I'm not calling you stupid, Sylvia, or anyone else.
No. Okay, get it.
But it's okay if anyone does feel stupid. You can still write with your genius. It's okay. Doesn't preclude you. But that was not my intention. Beautiful. Thanks for sharing. And yeah, the river's it's a great analogy for it. You can imagine as soon as the river stops, everyone moves to the river. Like life comes to the river, the animals move, it totally shifts the whole landscape, hey? The whole world. Beautiful. What else, you guys? Anything else about this element? Anybody who hasn't shared yet? Christopher.
Hello. So also a simplicity thing really hit me because I really I try to overcomplicate things and stuff like that. And I think it's a quote from Stephen Hawking who said something like only a true genius is able to explain difficult things like the universe to a child. Only a true genius can do that. And so if you're like into deep things, not the foam, you can do it in a simple way, even if the topic is complicated. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks for bringing that. Great quote. Yeah, and true. True. Yeah. you hear so many masters that like, you know, learn all these different elements of what they're doing, even in creating, right? Like you learn in natural success, you go through the whole curriculum, and every time you learn something else, you go, oh, thank God I learned that. Like you know, you get the whole toolkit, but then you can do the whole curriculum and then go back to, well, it's about focus creates your reality. And in the context of having the whole deep, it just hits different. You're like, yeah, it's about that. I read Magician's Way after I did CYD for the first time. I met William doing CYD. I had no idea that he had books and things. And then I read it again when I'd finished Mastery, and it hit different and it hit more simply. Like I had less to share about it, but it was more profound to me. And yeah, I had a deeper understanding of it. Who's ever heard William tell a story about acupuncture? You guys heard that story? For the sake of those who haven't, very briefly tells a story about his acupuncturist, who's in Sydney, by the way, if anybody's ever there. And he just uses one needle in his treatments. And William's like, I can go with anything. And he's just like, yep, one needle, boom. And he asked him why he uses one needle, because, you know, who's ever had acupuncture and had more than one needle in them? I have. I've had like 50, you know, they just go like a pin cushion. And he's like, you know, anyone that uses more than one needle, they don't trust acupuncture, because the point of acupuncture is that you find the root and you put a hole in it. You find the root cause of the blockage and you pin that, and it unblocks the whole system. And if they're using more than one needle, they don't understand acupuncture. And he says, his name's Ross Penman, and he says every year he goes back to his teachers to be reminded to keep it that simple, because every year, undoubtedly, he comes up with some new fandangled theory about how 3 needles might be it, or 5 needles might be it. And he goes back to the roots of the teachings to be reminded that the simplicity is where the best results are. And he does. He has the best results, and he's leveraged because he can have clients in all these different beds in all these different rooms, and he just goes into one room, one needle, leaves them there for half an hour, whatever. Meanwhile, he's put in one needle and 5 other people. He's killing it and providing an incredible service, right? Profound. Awesome. Awesome. I have one more thing that to share about simplicity before we move on to the second one, and that is that sometimes people get themes confused with setting, and they're not the same thing. That the setting is like where it happens, you know, it's like the world that it happens, or say, you know, there's like autobiographies that someone will write. They were in a band, and they're traveling around with AC/DC in the band, and it's an autobiography, and it's like all these escapades about sex and drugs and alcohol and partying and that lifestyle, right? And being on the road with AC/DC is not the theme, it's the setting. It's the context within which the story happens. That's the setting. It's a different thing. And more often than not, whilst there might be some fun stories or whatever, they can be really boring books because they don't actually have a theme. They've confused the setting with the theme. And they've gone, you know, yeah, I live this awesome life, and I was on tour with AC/DC, and I saw behind the scenes, and I saw what they were like, and I saw this and that and whatever. And people go, oh yeah, like might be some interesting stories in there, but it doesn't make you go. I mean, unless you're maybe a huge AC/DC fan, which if you are, this might not be the best example for you, but you hear that theme and it doesn't go, I've got to read that book, it's going to change my life. You know, it's not like, oh, I've got to, it's not mythologically connecting with you, which is what the theme does. Now, if that same person went to write a book about the humanness that arises when you're so exposed so publicly, when your life becomes a public life, and what happens and how people deal with that, and what arises with you when you're exposed and vulnerable on a global stage like that, that's going to connect. That's a theme. It's a different that someone tells that's what the book's about. I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. You know, here I have been listening to a lot of Hilary Duff interviews lately. Anybody else? But millennial over here, very excited about her comeback, and grew up with Lizzie McGuire. And she talks about in her interviews how the impact that being so famous so young has on you, and how we see it, right, from a disconnected, very distant place, but we see a lot of people that become famous young. What happens? They use drugs, they have heaps of money, they don't know what to do with it, they get taken advantage of, they have managers that take all their money and give them pennies, or like they have like weirdly possessive parents, or you know, like we hear these horror stories about famous kids that have a lot when they're really young. And it's like that's the story. The humanness that comes up being exposed so much, like that's the theme that we mythologically connect to. Not, it doesn't really, like we don't all have a mythological connection to becoming famous as a child. It's not that relatable, you know? So theme and setting, very different. And if you tell someone about your offering, you want to tell them the theme. You want to tell them the theme. If I talk about my first book, if I say, you know, it's about a young woman who realizes that she has magic, and then she has to go into this magic world, and there's this prophecy, and she has to, you know, are you kind of already checked out? Like it's like, oh, another one of them. You know, it's not that. So that's the setting. It's not that interesting. It's not whatever. But if I say it's this story that will explore within you the inherent magic that you have and the struggle that you go through, choosing to express that over what's easier and what's societally expected, and you choose your magic over and over again. Who felt that more? It resonates, right? Theme, not setting, they're different things. And whether anyone had consciously realized they were doing that, there would have been a few of you doing that, like thinking one of the most common books that we hear people want to write, they want to write a book about their life. My mother-in-law is writing a book about her life. It's a common thing. Lots of people want to write a book. You go, what do you want to write a book about? I want to write a book about my life. I want to tell my story. And that, don't get me wrong, they have amazing stories to tell. They've lived this whole life. I mean, my mother-in-law, she's in her 70s. She has amazing stories. She's a people person. She's met these incredible people. She's done incredible things. But nobody really cares. No, like there's how many billions of people are there on the planet? Like imagine if we all just wrote a book about our life. Like nobody really cares, right? But if you have like your theme that you write about, and it's like, oh, my book is about choosing your true nature and purpose against all odds, when what your true nature and purpose is doesn't seem available in society, or isn't celebrated, or goes against the grain. I'd read that. Yeah. Cool. Can we get maybe just one or two more shares, and then we'll move on to number 2. Anne and Gaia.
Maybe it's a bit more of a question than a share, and you're free to postpone it to later, maybe. I was just wondering, because there's like a certain amount of types of stories, right? Like boy meets girl, or the ubiquitous hero's journey. In like almost every film that you see, it's a version of the hero's journey. So that is like, is that somehow like my vehicle, or what is it in this? Like, how does it relate to the theme, I think is the question.
Yeah, the setting. It's part of the setting.
They're also part of the setting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And tropes. Yeah, anyone heard that word before get thrown around? It's a trope. It's
Mhm.
like a trope is like it's a part of the setting, it's a part of the plot. I actually really, it's a pet peeve of mine that people tell me all the tropes in their book, because then I'm like, well, now I don't have to read your book. You just told me like it's a slow burn love that where they end up together, where it's enemies to lovers, so they're gonna hate each other, and then it's gonna be really dysfunctional, but then they're gonna fall in love, and they're probably gonna come together in some heated union, and then they'll work together to achieve the mission or whatever. Like I don't need to read the book now. You've told me all the tropes. It's the settings and the plot different to the theme. Yeah. Thanks, Anne. Thanks for asking a question that was timely. No, all questions are always welcome, and I'll always, if they're not something that I can answer now or we're going to cover it in the future, I'll say keep it, write it down, and re-ask me if you still have that question when we cover that section. Like it's encouraged. So thanks for asking, Gaia.
Thank you. What I'm getting here is to always start with a theme. And anything that I want to do, whether it's a workshop, anything really, always start with a theme. And once I get the theme, I have everything I need to create, to write, to take action. And I also had a question. I wanted to ask about the covering other themes inside a theme. Does that mean, for example, if the theme is magic and we have a theme inside of it that's about love or friendship, is that what it's okay? So you can have different themes inside the bigger theme.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer it a little bit and also recircle back to this later because it'll become more obvious as we get further in the structure, but it's still relevant right now. So I'm gonna give a little bit of both. But yes. Again, so if I can use that example of magic is real, right? There is absolutely in that book different relationships being explored. There's friendships, there's love, there's intimacy, there's vulnerability, there's all these different things that get explored, but it's all relative to magic. Like the thing that that at the start she's like, you're in her mind and you're under, she's like whinging about one of her friends. She's whinging about her friend not getting her depth. So I'm exploring friendship, but it's still relative to her friend not seeing her in her magic. Yeah. But it's like I didn't think about that before writing it. I had my theme and I wrote with my theme front of intention. And then everything else just naturally comes out. I'm not going, okay, I've got theme and I've got my one theme about magic and I've got these are the 100 things that I'm going to cover underneath it. I'm not doing that. I'm just going, this is my theme and I'm staying focused to my theme. Just like when you do a greatness reading and you stay in greatness, the theme is greatness. And you will talk about different aspects of that person and you'll jump around and you'll talk about all these different places that their greatness comes out. Like you might say, oh, you're a great connector. And I can see you doing it in business and I can see you doing it in your home and I can see you handling conflict really powerfully because you connect with people's hearts. The theme is still this person's greatness, but there's like a lot of different expressions of their greatness. And we see people lose the theme. You might have done this or been in a room and seeing somebody else do it where we're meant to be in greatness readings, you guys, but suddenly this person's giving someone a victim reading and telling them about their wound and how they resist their greatness and they hide from themselves. And you're like, no, come back to theme. They're losing the theme. They're losing focus. So it's actually a really good example of that. Does that support?
Yeah, so focus on the theme and set that structure and something might come, but it's still the theme.
Yeah, focus on your theme. The other 100 things will take care of themselves. But if you try and focus on 100 things, you'll miss the theme. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, I think Mark had his hand up if you still want to share, Mark, and then we will keep going.
Yeah, thanks. I think what's learning for me as well is, if you've got multiple themes and there's multiple books or multiple keynotes or blogs or whatever it is that I'm writing.
Yeah, boom. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Let's keep going. Number 2, unexpectedness. Of all the essential elements of a riveting read, this is the most important. Fail on this one, and you and your work are on the fast track to irrelevance and obscurity, where 99.99% of all books and screenplays end up. $1 million book, and let's agree here again that this means scripts, blogs, or any other written work, has to delight its reader, which can also mean audience. If you're not original, don't speak with a fresh voice, aren't surprising. If your readers aren't going, wow, what? If you're not offering fresh perspective, shedding new light, opening gaps in their knowledge base and filling those gaps, then you're asking people to eat shit instead of food, expecting them to regurgitate the known, that is what's actually written there, traverse a blander version of the landscape they're already familiar with. No one wants to see the same movies over and over or go on a holiday where they live. People read and watch movies and travel so that they can be refreshed, transported from their routine, kept alive. If you aren't creatively violating people's expectations, there is no point to anything else you have to offer because it won't get through. Unexpectedness is highly valued in filmmaking, where it is referred to as conceit. We don't want to write boring stuff. We just don't. We don't want to consume boring stuff. We don't finish the boring movie. We don't finish the TV series that doesn't grab us. Like, especially now, especially with how spoilt we are for options of what to consume. If you watch a TV, go on Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, whatever your streaming thing of choice is, and that TV show doesn't capture you in the first like 10, 20 minutes, if you're going to give it that long, do you keep watching it? Fuck no, there's like 1,000 other series that you could pick. You're like, why am I going to watch this? The only time I hang in there is if someone I love has told me it's really good. Or, someone's told me you just got to get through the first episode and then it picks up and it's really good. I'll hang in there, but that's about it. And that's just because I'm putting weight on what someone's recommended for me, right? It's not because it's not gripping me. What unexpectedness does is it leaves you in innocence. You got to think like we all filter information, right? Whenever we're doing anything that's happening, it's getting passed through all these filters, and it's got to pass the test of each filter. And the first filter that we have is like, is it new? Is it interesting? Is this new for me? Or do I already know? This has been done. Who's said that? Oh, again, they're doing it again. Like you even say that, or you hear people say that when people do like a recreation of a film, or it was done in the 90s and now they're doing another one and here we go again. And like, are they going to bring something fresh to it? As a little bit like that with the more recent Jurassic Park. I was a Jurassic Park lover. Paleontologist was like the first big word I could ever spell. It's what I wanted to be when I was a kid. I was wrong. But it's like, what are they bringing that's fresh? And they did a little bit. They brought a little bit of freshness. I won't spoil it if anybody hasn't watched it and wants to. But if it's not fresh, we're over it. If it's not new, we don't want to do it. Like it's, when you go on a holiday, you get a fresh perspective. You start to see things differently. You notice different things. You observe different things, like how and when there's unexpectedness in movies, like you'll watch it again. You think of like a movie or a film that you've watched recently and just consider, like, would you watch it again already? Even if it was like a month ago or a week ago, would you watch it again? And if it was really unexpected and keeping you on the edge of your seat, you probably would. because there will be things that you miss. There'll be things that, think of a movie that you have watched more than one time or a book that you've read more than one time. Did it delight you? Were there things in it that you went, oh, I missed that last time, and oh, now it's even better. And then you watch it or you read it again, and then, oh, now it's even better. Because there's all these little delightful things, like new information that you pick up. There's like a freshness in it, even if you're reading it again. And then there's other stuff that you watch, like maybe you go to the cinema and like a friend calls you or whatever, and it's like, do you want to go to the cinema? And you suggest a film and they go, oh no, I've already seen that. What about this one? And you go, no, I've already seen that. You don't want to go, right? Because we want new stuff. We want fresh stuff. We want something different. And there are movies I have willingly gone to the cinema twice for. Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah, cool. And it's like it was sometimes, maybe you go because you're just out of obligation to your mate or whatever. But if I reflect on it, like there were films where I was like, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. I absolutely want to watch it again. I'm sure there would have been things that I missed. Like I can't be 1,000% focused the whole time I'm watching it, So I'm an emotional, I cry watching everything, so I always miss stuff. So I'm sobbing. I'm a mess. But yeah, we want fresh things, we want difference, and creatively speaking, fresh things, what does it do? It makes the fixed volatile. We think we know what's going to happen, and then no, we didn't know. Shit. And then again, what do we do straight away? We seek orientation and we try and figure out what's happening. And we try and nail it down. We go, oh no, now I know what's happening. And then something else will happen and you go, shit, I didn't see that coming. Damn it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. And you have to hook in. Even Bridgerton, the TV series that's based off a series of books that most people who watch Bridgerton have read all the books, or they read them as the season goes, or they've read the spoilers on the internet of what happens with what characters and they know people fall in love and whatever. Even still, in the writing of the series, they've added things in that are unexpected and we don't know what's going to happen. There are certain things we don't know. And it's because otherwise that there's not the same delight. Like watching it all thinking, oh, we know everything that's going to happen. They still have unexpectedness in there. There's a good unexpectedness at the end of the most recent season, but I won't be that asshole that tells everyone in case anyone's not seen it. But it's really good, and it's something that's not in the books, but it doesn't take away from the story, It's still true to the world, but it's not in the books. So it's like, oh, didn't know that happens. Cool. Unexpectedness. Can anybody give an example, have a share where they can, and you can if you think it's something that might spoil it for everyone, you can kind of share what happens without naming the book or the series or whatever. But you can name it. I don't care. Yeah, can anyone think of a great example of unexpectedness? Claire.
Fight Club. Which I know Ellie hadn't seen, which is a crime, but Fight Club. So I'm not going to ruin it for you, but yeah, I think the ones that have seen it know, but I can't talk about it.
Setting myself up here because I bet everyone will say things that I haven't watched. No, I haven't watched Fight Club. I'm sorry. Christiane or Christian? How do I?
It's German, Christiane, but Christian is
Christiane.
good enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just Williams, The Magician's Way. I think there's a big unexpectedness just before the end. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I was tripping out the first time I read it. I was like, have I missed something? Like I was so confused by it. I had to reread it. I didn't get it. It was that unexpected. Yeah, awesome. Tracy.
There's a book called Behind Her Eyes, and it's a Netflix season as well. Like, I will definitely not ruin that for anyone, but it's just such it's mind blowing. Yeah, you really don't expect it. Whatever comes next is just, I wouldn't steal the surprise away from anyone. It's definitely worth it. Yeah.
I want to know what it is, but I'll have to watch it. Mark?
A movie called The Usual Suspects. It's about who the actual suspects are, and a really really good surprise at the end.
Yeah, cool. William always tells this story about that you all would have heard probably in some way, shape, or form about like this guy who's in a bar and he gets picked up by this beautiful woman and she takes him up to the room and then he like blacks out and he wakes up the next morning in a bath of ice and there's a note there saying like we've harvested your kidney, call the emergency services. Has anyone ever heard that? Yeah, a few. Yeah. Like you're like, it's not where I thought that story was going. It's really creepy. It makes me feel sick. Like unexpected. I wish I could unhear that. I'm sorry, I just put it all on you. But yeah, it's so unexpected. You're like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Ugh. Don't know why I did that to myself just now, but it popped into my mind. But yeah, can everyone think of an example? And you can see the value that it holds, right? It's like without it, you just know everything that's happening. It's boring. It's like trying to create based off the past, right? It's boring. We can't create our land of plenties based off who we've been in the past. We create our land of plenties by expressing more and more of our greatness. And the more we express our greatness, the more we learn about who we truly are, the more of our true wholeness and power we express in the world, and the more we can have access to creatively. Art's the same. Art's the same. Cool. We want to be entertained. That's for sure. Okay, concreteness. The kidney thing is a good example of this too. Creepy. Concreteness. This means easy to grasp, comprehend. It must be visual and clear. Like the saying, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. We know exactly what that means. We can even picture it. Abstractions don't stick. We need something concrete. And then we're there, we're in it. Like who felt sick when I said the kidney thing before? Still irking me. I'm like sweating a little bit because of it. It's so concrete. It's like I'm gonna try not to talk about it again, but it's just gonna be there like a pink elephant, you know. Um, even though before when I talked about the theme being like an underground river, when I said that made you go, oh, okay, I see the importance of it. Like it makes it concrete, you know, it makes it stick in. So I'm actually, as I'm teaching the elements, I'm using the other elements to drive the elements home to make them land, to make you really understand them on a deep level, not just a shallow level. Yeah, it's like being able to support people in really building the world, really relate to what we're talking about, really have a real experience of whatever's going on. Who can think of a good example of concreteness? Anyone? You can think of a character that was described really well and then cast really well, or yeah. If you can't think of examples, then maybe I can talk about it a bit more. Okay, Sarah and then Claire.
Well, kind of matching the two, the concreteness and the unexpectedness. I was thinking Game of Thrones, because that's constantly setting up characters who we think, oh yeah, no, their story's going to go that way, and then so many times.
Yeah, it's a good it's definitely good unexpectedness, but there are concrete things about it, right? Like they do even the books are quite graphic in the
Yeah,
way things are described. Yeah.
yeah, but it's like he relies on what we perceive to be concrete characters. Like we think we predict, we know what their character arc is going to be, and then he
Mm.
just completely subverts that.
He goes, I'm glad that you guys are all feeling safe. Dead. It's next level. That was one of the things that I said to my first editor with my first book. I was like, I'm nervous, like my book's got swearing and sex in it. And he was like, have you seen Game of Thrones? And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm over it. I was like, yeah, I'm good. It's fine. That series like really shifted the industry of what became, it really opened up what became acceptable to see on television. And yeah, there's like a before and after Game of Thrones in writing. It's really cool. Great example. Who else was gonna go? Claire?
Yeah, I'm reading this book at the moment, and it's a simple character. Like one of the main characters is a skeleton detective, and he just dresses in really nice suits. And it's like it's the simple thing, but it's also like it's easy to like he's a magical skeleton detective. And you're like, yep, cool, I can who wears really nice, it's like it's the concrete of like, yes, I can picture that. It's like like it's really easy. Yeah.
Yeah, good one. I was picturing it immediately. I haven't read the book. Leah?
I don't know if anyone's seen the series called Why Women Kill. So the theme is Why Women Kill. And it's simple, it runs through the whole thing, but it follows three stereotypical women from three stereotypical eras. So you've got the like a 1940s, 50s housewife, you've got the 1980s, and then you've got like the progressive, like woman wears the pants. And for the first part of the series, complete stereotypes. You know exactly who they are and how they're going to respond. And then like it just, yeah, it's very unexpected.
And concrete, hey, as soon as you described those three stereotypes, who was automatically picturing them in their mind's eye? And automatically you'll lump associations on that. There's a lot of meaning that comes with it. It's very similar to what we were saying at the start of the training this morning when I was talking about how you all have identities relative to writing. And you make those identities mean things about your writing, where you can or can't go for genre, or whether you are or aren't good enough yet, or, those identities mean something to you. And yeah, we all have that, but we can use that in our writing because as soon as we present some sort of stereotype, some sort of identity, everybody's projecting their father issues onto the dad and either loves him or hates him because of it. And everyone's like projecting their mother issues onto the mum. And it's either going, oh yeah, she's so annoying because she loves so much, or going, I wish my mum loved me like that. We're all projecting stuff onto it. And it's immediate. It's before we can't stop it. It's happened, like Leah's given us three characters there. We've all done it. Even if you're trying not to, it's too late. It's done. That's concreteness at work. Yeah. Yeah, awesome. It's like context and setting support concreteness a lot, like they do tell us a lot about the characters. They offer us a lot of those initial orientations with the characters. Yeah, beautiful. Cool. Thanks. Everyone's sweet with concreteness. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. I think it's the one that people forget the most, to be honest. Yeah, but like abstract things just don't stick in people's mind. Like even when you said three women that kill means so much less than when you go three stereotypical women of this era, this era, this era. It's so different. So, so, so different. And it's a mistake that can be made because when you're writing something, you have the visual. So you can assume that other people do. But it's not always the case, like you can go, oh, there's a woman and she walks down the street. But if you go, there's an elderly woman and she walks down the street and she's there's like cobblestones and she's struggling with her walking stick, and you can all picture her, right? Rather than just woman walking down the street, you might have pictured something totally different than who my character was. You might have pictured a young woman, you might have pictured a middle-aged woman, but you probably didn't picture my elderly woman with the stick. So sometimes when people get into writing, it's like, oh yeah, I've written it, and you go, well, is it concrete? Because I'm picturing a young woman and you're talking about an old woman, but there's no mention of an elderly woman. We've got to absolutely leave space for our readers to fill in the blanks. Like, I didn't need to tell you the color of her walking stick or the color of her hair. Like, you've got the color, you can fill in the blanks and you can imagine your own stuff, your own details. But I've got to give you enough to at least inform a bit about my character. Cool. Christian, you did tell me. I want to pronounce it
Yes,
right.
yeah, it's good enough. What I would like to mention about the concreteness is the novel The Perfume. I'm not sure if one of you, or how many of you did know it. It's about the smells, and every situation he describes perfectly fine how everything smells, but not so much how something looks, and that makes it really different to other novels. So the main character it was born in a fish market surrounded by all the fish waste, and this is how it starts, and then it's all like a olfactoric uh, journey, and it's really really nice because usually one only gets the description of how something looks. Yeah, I just, if you're interested in a different sense. Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. In my books, all my lovers have a taste of how they taste their lover. They taste like something and it describes that character. Like, there's a character that tastes like salt and soil, and there's another character that tastes like candied rainbows. And like they describe the taste of their lovers, and it does a similar. Smells is really cool. This is really cool. Yeah, thanks for bringing that. Awesome. All right. Credibility is our next one. Number 4, credibility. What you propose must be believable, or at least suspend disbelief. Credibility is established in many ways, including via the authority of the writer, e.g., a doctorate, referencing evidential material, or putting things forward as self-evident. In other words, logically believable to the reader in terms of their existing worldview. Stories tend to suspend disbelief as they offer proof on a subconscious level. Yeah, I mean, the stories examples here, I think there's like the really, really obvious credibility of like the doctorate, and you have a qualification or whatever, and that gives credibility. And usually, actually, when we say credibility, that's what people think of. Like, oh, how do I have credibility to write? I'm not an author yet, so who dubs me able to write this story? Or I had a friend recently who, she was a business coach and she just really wanted to write fantasy books, and she really struggled with it because she was like, it's not my brand, it's not my, like, where's my credibility? Like, I help people make money in their business. Like, that's what I do. It's branding, it's websites, it's so different. And we had a conversation about it, and I was like, the credibility is that it is your nature to write this book. Like, that's the credibility. It's your passion. It's the truest thing for you to do. That's the credibility. When somebody stands on, that saying, like, it's the hill I die on. It's my truth. I'll go down swinging that this is my truth. When somebody says something like that, and you can feel the truth in what they're saying. And she did. She posted on her socials and she went for it. She was like, I'm shutting my Instagram, I'm closing my business. End of this month, I'm done. I'm going to go be a writer. And everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing? But other people were also like, oh, epic, you'll be such a great writer. You're such a good storyteller. Like, you'll be brilliant at that. And she went for it, and she's doing really well. She's like fully sustaining herself off her writing within months. She's about to publish her second book. And it was maybe like maybe the middle of last year where she made that leap. That's not that long to totally shift your career and go, this is it now. That's it for me. But her credibility was, if I don't do this, then I'm no longer authentically being your business coach. I'm being your business coach, not living my truth. So I can't do that anymore. Like that. So her own credibility was in her inner authenticity, right? Your authentic expression is credible. It's your nature. It has credibility to it. And you can't have to go into the volatility to see that. Like you're not going to see your own credibility usually when you're in the foam. You're like, oh, you can deny your credibility pretty strongly in the foam, in the wounding, in the identity. But when you go into the deep and reflect honestly and look around at the information that's available to you in the deep, it's like, oh wow, it's my true nature and purpose to write this. I'm called to write this. I was born to walk this path. This book is part of that path. Of course I can write it. Like, of course my credibility is there. My passion is credibility. The calling that you have to write is credibility. So that's one aspect of it that we all have when you're writing with genius. Not everybody has that when they're writing, right? We spoke about before about people writing for validation, or people writing because it's on trend, or people writing something just because they want to write a book in their life, but they're not connecting to their true calling. And there isn't like a credibility in that. Or putting forward things as self-evident. So when you tell stories, they just provide proof on a different level. You know, like if somebody tells you that, okay, my friend went to a wedding last month and the groom got up to make a speech before the bride came down the aisle. Like she just started coming down and he interrupted and he started saying that he wanted to congratulate his best man and the bride for he thanked the best man for sleeping with his bride and he wished them happily ever after and he walked off. And that story is more credible because I'm like, this happened to my friend last month, right? But I just made that up. It's like it's fake, but putting a relationship there makes it more credible. Like, oh, this happened to my friend. But you can imagine that there are many grooms whose groomsman sleeps with their bride. Like there's this on a subconscious level, you're like, yeah, I bet that happens. I bet that exists. Or other way around, where bridesmaids sleep with the groom. I'm sure that exists, right? On some level, part of you believes it because I go, oh well, my friend did this, but you believe it because on a subconscious level you go, yeah, I can imagine people doing that. I could believe that someone would do that. A great example of credibility that is either present or not is when you watch some sort of crime series and you finally found out who did it. And if part of you goes, oh, that's stupid, it just like doesn't land. Like I just don't think that they would have done that. That's not true to their character, you know? They're lacking credibility to the motive of that character. And then other times when it's there, you find out who done it and you go, oh, I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't pick that because it's so obvious now. Like, of course, like their motive's so clear. Why didn't I pick that? The credibility is there, you know, but it does happen. We watched a bit of that genre in our home and yeah, it's like the most deflating thing to me if we find out who did it and I go, oh, I just don't believe it. It's like they just haven't nailed that character's story or yeah, it just doesn't add up. Does anyone resonate with that? An example, you've seen that before? Yeah, cool. I would love to hear some examples of credibility. If anybody can think of one. Claire?
The book, but one of my favorite authors, Matthew Riley, and he bases a lot of things on historical events or like historical mythology, but he writes it in such a way that he brings it really close to reality that you go, that could be true. Like kind of like conspiracy theories, but it's just like an adventure novel. But he just does it really, really well. Like that could be true. And you kind of go like, are you pulling this from history or are you like connecting the dots in history and like actually doing it, or but it's just like and Clive Cussler as well, like the historical, like putting together things through history and like writing a story about it. And it's like that could be true.
Yeah, that's a really cool example. Philippa Gregory does that as well. If anybody has read any Philippa Gregory, she's a lot of historical fiction. She writes she writes about, you know, all these women like were witches and they do these spells and they witchcraft and it's they put it in the context where it's very credible. And also any historical fiction to some level is like they've got to be making up a part of it, right? Because they don't know. We don't know that unless that person has like kept a diary, day by day recount of what's happened and it's been preserved through time and they were telling the truth, then we don't know. But there's elements of it that we don't know. There's certain parts that the historical record offers us, and then there's always an element of interpretation. Like we see that in films, like at the start of the film that's like based on a true story, and then they'll say, oh, some characters have been added or embellished or dramatized in order to tell the story. And you just like honestly don't really know unless it was your story, what's true and what's been put together correctly or not. And yeah, so true. That's why conspiracy theories, when you get a good one, kind of rocks your world. It's a bit disorienting because you're like, shit, can see how that could absolutely be true. Now I can't unsee it. I'd like to. But, you know, and then you get other ones and you go, that is so, so incredible that it's doing nothing to me. Like you keep believing that it's fine, but it just doesn't impact you. Yeah. Cool. Barbara.
I don't know whether any of you've watched the film I Swear, but it's an Oscar nomination. Might have won something, not sure. But anyway, absolutely brilliant. And in it, the person it's all about Tourette syndrome, and the person who's playing it clearly, obviously, doesn't have Tourette's because that would be really bloody difficult to play it and be able to, you know, actually perform it without ad-libbing everything. But the believability of characters like that, you know, people who are playing true story parts where the person has got, you know, visible physical you know, disabilities in some form or other. That, I mean, it's amazing how you can totally drop in. You can totally believe it if it's done well. I mean, he's brilliant. The two people that play him through young and older are absolutely brilliant. So well worth watching, by the way, if you want to cry and stuff. But yeah, characters like that, amazing.
I love a good cry in a film or a book if you haven't picked up on that yet. You guys see what I mean when I say like you'll end up with like a good list of things to read and watch after this? Don't let it stop you from writing, okay? Keep writing after the training. Yeah, it's The Good Doctor is a great example of that. Anyone seen The Good Doctor? And he's like a surgeon that has Asperger's. And it's so credible because you're like, oh, of course, they have these incredible minds. Like, of course, they'd be like that. And he doesn't connect emotionally and he says some inappropriate things sometimes. And it's completely credible because you're like, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. So it's a cool show. Somebody else had their Caroline, did you have your hand up then? Or did I just hallucinate? That's good news for all of us if that's the case. No? Someone else have their hand up. Sometimes your little screens move around and no? No one else. All right, we're hallucinating already. We're off to a good start. Cool. Credibility. We've got it. Yeah. Let's go to how are we going for energy, by the way, you guys? I'm just trying to think, we've been back for a bit over an hour, hey? We'll you guys good to keep going? Or yeah? Okay. Cool. I get very excited about writing and I can forget to give you guys a break, so feel free to Oh, I will focus on it. I'm focused on it. Number 5, emotion. Quite simply, if you don't feel something when you experience it, you won't care about it. No, they've shown that if animals give birth and don't feel the pain of that birth, they abandon their child or their cub or their like the pain is bonding. The birth experience is bonding. And you hear that for mothers who have had cesareans or who have, some sort of emergency situation and they get knocked out while they're giving birth or they lose consciousness. And you can hear that those human mothers, when they tell their stories, they find it harder to connect with their child. It's like there's something that in that emotional response that creates the connection. To engage a reader, to captivate them, to impress and stimulate them, bond with them, you have to affect them emotionally. Human beings need to exercise their emotional range. It's what they want from entertainment, and even reading news and non-fiction is entertainment or the pursuit thereof. Stories are always a good way of introducing emotion. Well, Barbara just said it. If anybody wants to have a good cry, go watch I Swear. Isn't it like more socially acceptable to cry watching a movie than it is to just have a cry? You ever heard of anybody just going, oh, I need a sad movie, or like I'm gonna watch this love story and sob about it because I've just been through a breakup and I need it. I got my tub of ice cream and I'm about to watch Moulin Rouge. I'm on, like going for it. It is. We do need it. It is as woke as we all are, and we're all getting therapy and coaching and doing all this personal development stuff now, we still all want to have a good cry or a good laugh. Like, give me some Ricky Gervais after a hard day. Yes, please. I just want to have a laugh and connect, what like we do. We're looking for connection. Who's ever read a book or watched a film where the character dies and they're like, no, how dare you? Like my life is over because they've died. It's not okay. You actually go through like a grieving process. I've had TV shows where they've killed a character and I've like, can't watch this show anymore. I can't. How are they moving on? They cannot move on. It's not okay. It's really hard for me when McDreamy died. It was really hard for a while. I still watch 22 seasons in, I'm still watching Grace, but I'm like, come on, like McDreamy. I still watch Meredith with a new guy, whatever his name is, and I'm like, yeah, but you're not Derek. And like I was bonded to Derek. So when you have strong characters, you fall into it. And it's in nonfiction too. Like a lot of the examples that we have been giving have been coming from fiction realm. But I want you to think of a nonfiction example. There's a beautiful book, Wild. I think the woman that it's about is Cheryl Strait, I think her name is. Anyway, but she does this walk. So the setting of the book is that she walks the trail that goes like from Mexico right up to Canada. I can't, like the North Pacific, or I don't know. I'm not. Thanks, Barbara. She's got my back. She knows what I'm talking about. So that's the setting of the book. But what it's about is like finding sustenance again in yourself, finding yourself again. And this woman is like so meek at the start of the book. She's like, she's like, she doesn't have her sustenance, right? Her substance is gone, and that's why she's going this walk to find it again. And you think like she comes across a rattlesnake or a bear or something on her walk, like it's over for her. Like you'd just be like, no, you don't like. Or she comes thinking that it's been a long time since I've read the book, but I think there's a bit where she comes across this dodgy guy and you're like, oh no, like she can't get, like, you're emotionally invested in how empty she is. But then you also become emotionally invested in the journey of her finding herself, finding her sustenance again. And if you can see even in that all of our essential elements are there, right? It's unexpected that that type of woman would go on that sort of journey. And things that happen to her are unexpected. The transformation that happens is unexpected. There's the theme of finding yourself again, finding your substance again when you're feeling empty, which we can all mythologically relate to, whether in ourselves or whether in watching our mothers go through that, or mothers in our lives. If we put that archetype on women, then there's concreteness, because you can all picture that woman and you can all think of a woman in your life that you relate to that. And not just women, maybe you are thinking of men, but there's usually a strong association, masculine and feminine. And then the emotion, because then you go, oh, imagine my mum doing that. Or that woman that you're imagining who's lacking the substance in her. Like, can you imagine her going on that walk? You're like, oh, God. Like, it just feels like a lot, right? There's a lot of emotion there. But we become invested because of emotion. I watched the film I Am Sam. Has anybody seen that? Oh, it just absolutely wrecked me. If anybody wants to cry, get your tub of ice cream, watch I Swear, and then watch I Am Sam, and you'll be done. You'll have you crying for the next year of your life. It's about a disabled man who his daughter becomes more intelligent than him at, I think, the age of 5 or 6, and he's got solo custody of her, and it's like the legal system trying to take his daughter off him because he's not intelligent enough to raise her. Yeah. Oh, I've actually never watched it again because of how emotionally it struck me, and I watched that when I was in high school, so it was a little while ago. Who can think of a good emotional example? Character you've fallen in love with. And it can be any emotion. Like maybe you've read some steamy stuff and you've had a crush on a fictional character. Guilty as charged. Tracy, I didn't know if you were just saying, yeah, I have
Yeah.
no characters.
I've been emotionally invested in many characters across the years, but more recently, Outlander, like their love story, and like I'm really invested in their lives, and like and Jamie is quite an investment on my part as well. So yeah, I get it.
You and millions of other women.
Yeah. But nobody knows him like I do.
Of course. Yeah, an intimate connection. Oh, Outlander is so good. We're having a cry. I haven't watched the last season yet. But it gets me for a good cry, good giggle, yeah, I'm pretty emotionally invested in that. I think this one is the one that's like the most obvious, maybe. And like if you think of the most memorable films you've ever watched or books you've ever read, you'll immediately be able to associate something with an emotion with that story or that book or that. Yeah, is that happening for all of you? Thinking you can, oh yeah, that book made me feel this, and yeah, cool. All right, last one, and then we're gonna have a comfort break, and then I'm gonna get you guys to assimilate. We're gonna do some work. Number 6, stories. Have you got one more in you before we have a break? Is that cool for everyone? Cool. Stories, whether you're writing nonfiction or fiction, you are telling a story. That's your job. Just like a reporter covering the news, to discern what the story of whatever you're writing about is. The human imagination doesn't just want a bunch of facts. It's interested in the drama those facts represent. Other than fulfilling an atavistic need, stories obviously also paint a picture, adding concreteness, credibility, emotion, and if well told, unexpectedness. Stories are good. The morals and principles conveyed in the New Testament would not be nearly so memorable if they weren't parables. Atavistic, if anyone's not sure what that means, it's like a ancient or historical knowing connection to something. Like we have an atavistic need for stories in that historically it is how we learnt, it is how we educated one another, it is how wisdom was passed along. It is, you can imagine, like through the ages, and we know through the ages, stories is how information has been shared, right? The wise person in the village, the paintings on the cave wall, now books, Bibles, YouTube, whatever. We have this inbuilt need for story. There's something comforting about it. Think of like sitting around the fireplace, somebody sharing a story. It's very cozy, it's familiar, it's there's just something natural in us that wants that. That's what atavistic means. Yeah, cool. Stories. I want you to think of a non-fiction example. So it could be a documentary, it could be a non-fiction book. So non-fiction is like a true thing, like Secrets of Natural Success is non-fiction. And just notice if there were stories in it. Just try and reflect when you watch that documentary. I watched a documentary about Jane Goodall recently, and it had lots of little stories about particular animals that she worked with and about her when she became a mom. And, you know, there were all these little stories woven into the overarching documentary. One of my favorite non-fiction books that I've read in the last few years would be Code Red. It's about women understanding the different seasons of their menstrual cycle and coming to appreciate the superpowers, as I think that's what she calls it, of each season of each week of the menstrual cycle, or each section of it has different superpowers, different hormones bring a different superpower. And that's the work that she teaches. And she has women inserted in the different chapters telling stories about how unpacking a superpower of a particular season really impacted their life. Like the premenstrual superpower is that you become really good at boundaries because you just have no fucks to give. And it's like, so the superpower is you get clear on your boundaries. You see where you're crossing your own boundary. You see where you're abandoning yourself. You see where you're overgiving or overextending yourself. And so she has these women come in and tell stories. And what stories do, it makes you remember it. Makes, because we automatically see ourselves or someone we love or don't love in a story. We always doing that. We're always making it about ourselves. We're always putting ourselves in the world and going, oh, that character is just like my brother. That character is just like me. That character is da 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 da. Stories bring all the other elements in. I have people, Ankara is the name of my main character in my fiction novels, and so many people, like, they can't separate me from her, especially people that have met me after reading the books. Like, they've read the books and they've come into my world and they've experienced my work. They're like, oh, you're just like Ankara. I'm like, no, I'm not. We're different. Like, she was not based on me. I am not her. It's not. No, it's not. And they're like, oh, but she's got long hair. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I have long hair, but we're different. You know, it's like we're not the same. We're not the same, but stories make things really real for people, and then they latch onto them. It's like William has received, mine's been really positive. Like, people like Ankara, and thank God. Well, at least the ones that have told me have been positive. But William's received like hate mail about Mark Vale, if you've read The Magician's Way. Like, I can't believe you abandoned your wife like that. You were such an asshole. And he's like, I am William. And Mark is Mark. And it's not like, you know, there's elements like the golf lesson, that's about the golf teacher is a real person, And sure, there's things that Ankara does that are relative to my personality. Ankara's mum gets a crystal ball that's like a family. My mum gave me a crystal ball. Like there's little things that I am not her. It is not based on my life, and Mark Vale is not William. There's like a separation. But stories make things really real for people. I gave the example earlier about how, at least I think I gave the example earlier, maybe not, about how coming to the natural success work, I really loved that William told stories throughout the trainings. Like it really engaged me in the learning and it really helped me remember what certain premises were. Like the story of the swimmers who imagine they have paddles as hands really helped me get, focus creates reality, and there's a difference between imagination and reality, but that imagination impacts our real world. Like it gave credibility. The story gave credibility to me. It gave concreteness to me. It showed me that, taught me more about the theme of focus creating a reality. It gave me emotion because it gave me this excitement of, oh my God, like if they can swim faster, what can I do? Like, relative to my own creativity, and like if they can swim faster because of that, what happens if I apply this to my business? Like that's exciting. So it gave me this emotion. So stories, like it covers the rest of the elements really well. If you can tell a story well, even in nonfiction, because nonfiction, you're teaching something. Teaching can be boring. You put yourself in school. What do kids say about school a lot of the time? Oh, it's boring. But I think about and I hope you were blessed to have at least one great teacher in your time. Did they tell stories in the classroom? I had a teacher in university. Yeah, saw a couple of people nod there. I had a teacher in university that told the best stories about DNA. Not a particularly on paper, it's a dry subject. And it's quite dry. It's just factual, and this is this, and this goes with this, and this type of DNA partners with this type of DNA, and if this bit's missing, this happens to the person. And it's a lot of stuff to just remember. It's like a lot of rote learning. But he would tell these epic stories, and he would get everyone to like stand up and hold hands and run around the room and be in the story and be the characters. And everyone did so well in that class because we were engaged in these stories that helped us remember all of the rote learning that we had to learn. There's just so much. And then we had, like, contrasting to that, we had a teacher who, like, our whole module was about bones. And we had to learn the name of every bump and every groove and every ridge and every blank area of every fucking bone in the body. And we just had to memorize it all. And he would sit there, I kid you not, and he'd go, and this bit's called this with a laser. Did you write that down? Okay. And this bit's called this. Everybody write that? Good. This bit's called, and he wouldn't record his lectures. He was such like you have to come in person and you have to put the effort in, and you got to, and we'd all be like, so bored. And it was the class that most people struggled in the most because we were just all so bored and so disengaged. And the university had like a function, or I don't know the right word. We had the resource where you could hire a skeleton and like use it to learn, and it was expensive. We're all uni students, like most of us are broke, living off Centrelink and didn't have much, but we'd all be like, we've got to get a skeleton and we've got to all chip in together because otherwise we're all failing. And how we learnt, we named our skeleton, and we'd like we'd be in the library, we'd book a study room and we'd be telling stories with the skeleton, and we'd remember like, oh, when the skeleton dances like this bit and this bit and this bit touch, and like that's how we remembered it. But our lecturer was shit. We learned like, yes, okay, we could say we learnt, he gave us the information, but he didn't tell a single story. So nothing, you just didn't remember anything. And we'd all walk out of there like half asleep and also half stressed because we all thought we were going to fail. Everyone that didn't hire a skeleton did though, like didn't do well. interestingly. Anyway, stories are good. Stories help. Can everybody picture a non-fiction thing, whether it's been a workshop or whether it's been a book that you've read or a documentary that you've read that has made more sense to you and landed more powerfully for you because of the stories that were told in it, within it? Yeah. Beyond the overarching story, there's also like mini stories, right? Even in fiction, there's like the overarching big story that's happening. And then there's these little stories of these different little characters that you meet that you become kind of like side invested in. And then maybe you don't see that character for a few chapters and they reappear and you're like, oh, hey, I forgot about you. Like, oh, I'm glad that we got to find out what happened to your mom. Or, like it brings like this fresh energy. Whew. All right. I've been talking at you guys for ages. So thanks for your focus and good energy. We're going to have a comfort break. It's going to be a decent one because it's just been information, lots of information. But hopefully I've been telling enough stories in between that it's all landing. And yeah, so let's have a decent break. It's 8:13 for me. So what is that? It is 12:13 in London. Is that right? Cool. All right. Yeah, we'll have just a 16-minute break. So we'll come back at 30:30. We'll do a little bit of applying what we've learnt, and then we'll have our bigger lunch break and like a decent sized break. Lunch, dinner, wherever in the world you are. And we'll go from there. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your good energy so far. See you all in 16 minutes. Don't get bit by them snakes. A long session. Cool. So let's just I'd love if you could just drop us back in and also welcome Lauren. But we're gonna share, if I could get 6 shares from 6 people, each of you sharing one of the essential elements of writing and giving an example. So what is the element? How do you describe it in a sentence and give us an example? And that's just going to drop us in and also show me that we're getting it. You're telling me we're getting it. But yeah, who can tell us one of the 6 essential elements? Mark.
The example for me is stories and the importance of stories. And in school, I had to study history. It was part of like mandatory study, and there's particular battles that the teacher just made them like so boring. And I ended up not taking history to sort of the end of school when it came to subject choice. And after school, went to those battle sites with the person who told the stories about the battles. And I was like, if that person had been my history teacher, I would have taken history teaching for the rest of my school career. So just the importance of like how they told the story and the life they brought to it.
Yeah, epic illustration. Thank you. Awesome stories. Christian, your hand was up before?
Yes, I want to remind ourselves of simplicity, that one theme is enough. And if we stick to this one theme, we can, like an umbrella, cover different aspects and different like nuances under it, but just stay with one theme and be like faithful to it and stick with it. And yeah, this is enough. And yeah, so the magician's way is to focus creates reality. And if this is something we really get, that's good enough.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. I think I saw Sarah and Claire and Tracy have their hands up. Is that right? Oh, I just threw Sarah and Tracy. Sorry,
Sorry.
Claire.
Yeah, I was thinking about the unexpectedness, and like one example will be The Sixth Sense, and how you almost immediately go back and you rewatch the film, and it's like everything matches up, or like you see the story. But also just things like that, how it draws you back in to read or watch stories again and again, and every time you get something different.
Yeah, good one. Sixth Sense. God, that's a flashback, isn't it?
It's a whole
Right?
career out of that.
Yeah. 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 Epic. Good one. Thank you. Tracy?
For me, it was with the emotion, like if you can apply if you can get emotion in the story that you're telling, it's like a doorway into your world. It is a doorway into the deep, isn't it, for the reader, and they can walk with you on the journey. Like it's definitely that's how I perceived emotion to be. It's like come into my world, feel your way through it with me. Like
I love that. And I love what you said. It's a doorway into the deep. So true. Thank you. Awesome. We've got two more. Can anyone offer one of our other elements, what it is, and give us an example? Claire.
Yeah, credibility. And one of them is like using, like say in a historical like adventure novel, like using actual history facts, but putting them together in supporting like your story or your adventure or whatever it is that makes it seem believable. Like it gives it credibility, like real facts or like well-known facts. But yeah, credibility.
Awesome. There is one left. Was anybody listening? What element is left, team? The hint is it's in your workbooks.
That was to be expected, huh?
Yes, it's expected to be in the workbooks. It's true. Come on, guys. You're gonna make Tracy do another one. All right. Go on, Tracy. Tell us.
is it concreteness? Is it? It's probably the one I get it the least out of all of them, but I understand it. Like I'm making things obvious so other people can get it. Given enough to inform, and allowing the blanks to be filled in by the reader, but given enough so that they understand what it is that you're trying to move towards.
Beautiful. Can you give us an example?
No.
Yes, you can. It's good. It's great actually that you have picked one that you feel less, you know it less. It's a great. You guys heard that saying, teach something and then you'll understand it better. So teach us, offer us an example, Tracy. You got it.
Yeah, so if I'm talking about like yeah, if the scene, if I'm talking about a scene, for example, like to describe the scene enough that the reader actually is inside the scene with you, not just in another shop down the road thinking about going the wrong way down the story because you haven't kind of, if the scene's important to what's about to happen, then you need to kind of set it. Is it? Am I on it ish?
Yeah, you're there. You're there enough. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're giving enough detail that they feel um they're in it. They're in the same shop as you, not just any shop. In the example that you've given, they're specifically in the pet store with you. They're not just in the general random store that's closest to them, or
Mm-hmm.
you didn't say pet store, but I'm
Yeah.
just offering a little bit more specificity. As soon as you say pet store, you have a picture in your mind.
Yeah.
As soon as you say general store, picture in your mind. Bookstore, picture in your mind. But if you just say shop, it could be anything. Yeah. So yeah, it's a great example. Great example. And this is why I get everyone to share, right? Because it concretizes it more. It helps you wrap your mind around it, and thinking of your own examples helps you wrap your mind around it better. You understand it better once you have a go at putting your examples on it. So we're just going to go through premise on page 5. And yeah, I'm gonna read. Premise. A premise is the underlying assumption that you're working with. Put another way, it's your proposition, your assumption about how things are or work. Some examples are the magician's way. Focusing on end results engages your natural ability, and focusing on process engages your limiting beliefs. Anyone who's read The Magician's Way, you can immediately go, yeah, I can see that premise at work. You can think of an example in the book where someone focuses on process and engages their limiting beliefs. You can see Mark Vail doing that. And then you can see examples of focusing on end results, engaging your natural ability. The parking space, the golf lesson is a good example of both of those. Cool. The last shaman is the Hitler effect, the proposition that in striving for outcomes in life, people are subject to compensating for what they feel is incomplete about themselves, and thereby their lives become a reflection of their limiting belief system. That is the premise in The Last Shaman. Again, if you've read it, and if you haven't, it's okay, but if you've read it, you can see examples where they're compensating for their incompleteness, where their limiting beliefs is what has the power. And Kara Code's Allies of the Soul, my second book, because I was saying the theme of it's about forgiveness. But the premise is claiming the shadow, that when you claim your shadow, it returns you to wholeness. And then forgiveness is an easy side effect of that, because you're whole, it's not hurting you anymore. And resolving the past keeps you stuck in it. You're just fixated on the past. That's where you'll live, and you can't forgive from that place because you're fixated. So that's the premise of that book. So the premise is like what you're putting forward, what the main thing is that you're teaching. So if you're in a nonfiction, you're obviously teaching something, right? There's a central premise to this workshop that you have a genius. And if you write with that genius, you can write a genius offering, $1 million offering, join the $1 Million Book Club. But if you write from your identity, you're just going to be in the phone. That's the premise of this training. So the premise shows us how not to do things in the world and how to do things to get the result in the world. A premise will always have a negative outcome and a positive outcome. That is a function of how the world works. It's the how of our story. Magician's Way, which I think will be the one that everyone here is most familiar with. See how it's giving you the how. The theme was focus creates reality. The how is if you focus on an end result, you'll engage your natural ability. But if you focus on the process, you'll engage your limitation. The golf lesson, excellent example of that, when his focus on the process is in the swing circle, ball's going all over the place. But when he focuses on where he wants the ball to go, he hits the mark. Straw through the potato. Yeah? Anyone who's done, is that an alchemy? Or creative alchemy? I think it's an alchemy. Cool. If not in your theme, then certainly your premise should be where you establish the foundations of unexpectedness. The premises of both The Magician's Way and The Last Shaman pull the rug from under the common theories of goal-oriented personal development by suggesting that the drive behind most goals is dysfunctional. I think focus creates reality. How many, you see people that have that on their fridge magnet and they're just like imagining things, but they're not actually doing anything. Or they're just going money, 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 and they're just broke, right? They're not actually manifesting any money. They're not engaging. They're not in a true end result that then engages their natural ability to make money. They're just focusing on wanting money because they're broke. So their limitations come up and they end up in those beliefs, right? they have the example of Woody Allen's. And this, I was like, William, I don't know these movies, but maybe someone here will. If you think about the premises underlying Woody Allen's movies, anybody know any of it? It's cool if not. Yeah, okay, someone. Thank you for being more cultured than I. They are quite subversive, including several pictures that argue you can get away with murder, both legally and psychologically. Just for the record, unexpectedness does not call for sensationalism, but great books and movies do challenge the status quo and provoke inspired reflection on their themes. They do poke holes in what's seen as normal or what's socially accepted or yeah, they are. You see, like characters in books and film, they're always extreme, right? You see the character that's like, no, we must know the truth, and they're like, will die going for the truth, or let everyone around them die. Everything goes to shit because they're just a hound for the truth. You know, like they're the really extreme expressions of characteristics. And it's to show the premise, like what happens when you're really extremely in something, and not, and it gives us contrast because there's the character that's like going for truth, and then there'll be a character that's like sweep it under the rug, man. Like, can we just pretend that didn't happen? And the contrast of those characters will offer us the premise. Usually, the contrast of the good guy and the bad guy will offer us the premise. I was giving the example of Code Red, the nonfiction book that was about women's menstrual cycles before. And, you know, there's like claiming the superpower of being premenstruals, like owning boundaries. But then there's the woman who doesn't claim that and she's just crazy. You know, she's just like mean and angry and reacting at things. And that's like the anti-premise of that book is that if you're not connected to your cycle, you can't tap into the superpowers of. The premise is if you know where you're at, you can know to harness where you're, like you can support your orientation in the world and go, oh, I'm here. This is my superpower this week. Awesome. And apply it. So it gives you the premise. The author offers stories of when she didn't know her body well and how she suffered in that. And it shows it the negative of the premise. We see Mark Vail suffering in focusing on his limitations at the start of The Magician's Way and throughout, right? And then we see his perception change when it learns you can focus on an end result. You can focus on a higher structure. Cool. So the best way to really understand the premise is just to have a go at making one up. So that's what you're gonna do now. You're gonna have a go. You're gonna have a go at coming up with a theme, a premise, and a sense of conceit or unexpectedness. So you're just going to have a go. This is not a commitment. I'm not going to say, this is the book you're going to write. I'm not going to make you, commit to that script or telling that story or anything. It's just to learn the elements and lock it in and support this landing for you. So you're just going to have a go. So I just want everyone to literally do that now. Come up with a theme, a premise, and a sense of conceit, unexpectedness. And, all good if you come up with an emotion as well or something else, you can throw in another element, but I want at least 3 elements in there. I'm going to give everybody a couple of minutes. I'm going to stop talking so you can focus. And if you come up with one really quickly, come up with another one. Just bang a few out and just have a go. See what comes to you. See if you can build a world around it or a story around it and incorporate the elements. Everyone feel equipped to have a go? Looks like you're already doing it a bit. All right, stop talking. All right. I've got a couple. So I reckon people have got something. You guys got something down? You can keep going with the ideas. Who's written something and they're like, I could write a book about that. This is cool. Like, let me write. That was my thought. I was like, oh, maybe my next book's right here. But also maybe not. Learning, can be a little bit, can take a minute. So I'd love to get some shares. In the name of learning. Susan, what you got? It would be really helpful if you could unmute yourself. We'd love to hear you.
My thing was there, but it didn't click on. Sorry.
Oh, good.
Okay. The theme I put down was to develop your business based on what you love. And my premise was go for what's really in your heart, not for your validation, your identity validation. And then the third part was it could be stories about when I went for what was really my heart compared to when initially I was going for my identity and all the problems that got created by going by my identity, and I wasn't happy with that, versus when I shifted and went for what was really in my heart and my passion, how there was a whole difference in the success that I experienced for that. And then also the emotions between doing what you think is logical versus what's really heartfelt for you to do.
Beautiful. Great. Living in true nature and purpose. Hey. So I do want to catch you. I'd love to hear what an unexpectedness is. And before that, notice with the emotion, you described two different states, two different realities, like the emotion of the logical versus the emotion of following what you love. But I want to still know what the emotion is. So what's the feeling of being in that logical space, and what's the feeling of living your purpose?
I would say that the feeling of being in the feeling of doing what you love is there's this like passion that comes up. There's this exuberance or enthusiasm that comes up when I do have done or what I've loved. Being in the logical state is it's much more intellectual, and it gets into, have I learned enough? Am I doing the things? The imposter thing comes up about, maybe I'm not doing everything that I could do. So you're assessing everything. So there's this uncertainty and distraught almost comes up, this feeling of distraught, like I'm just not no assuredness about it.
There you go. Okay, so uncertainty and distraught. Notice how that evokes something in you.
Yes.
Like just thinking lots and, questioning, and like you still get a bit of a vibe, but when you say uncertainty and distraught, I feel it. That's the emotion. That's what we're looking for. That's the emotion of the negative side of the premise, right? And then the emotion of just doing what you love. If you just say doing what you love, yeah, you get a vibe of it. But when you said passion, enthusiasm, I can feel it. Do you guys feel the difference? It's a common thing to put concepts and thoughts in the emotion piece, but we want the feeling. We want, like, that's what I feel like. It's a joy or love or happiness or sadness, grief, fear. We want the emotion. Yeah, awesome. And one more while you're on the spot, Susan, so we'll make the most of it. What's an unexpectedness? You didn't say an unexpectedness.
what just comes to mind is what's unexpected is that you think you're doing everything that I think about a business thing or doing everything that you thought you were supposed to be doing, and we're still successful, but you could never have imagined the success you could have by doing what you love. There were so many more things that came out of that that you didn't even know that you desired, that you
Beautiful.
discovered.
Yeah. Yeah. So the unexpectedness is like the difference between success on paper and fulfillment. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Great job. Mark, I saw your hand up. My next victim.
Theme was anger destroys, and the premise is like the preposition that if a person doesn't understand the source of anger, then it can destroy you and all of those around you. Unexpectedness, it's like upstanding person in society, but has these explosive leaks of anger, almost like the loving family dog that ends up mauling a family member. And the emotions that came through that is like empathy for the person, but then also like absolute hatred of the person, and like horror that it could exist in me.
Yeah.
So like horror that it could exist in anybody.
Yeah. Do you know, it was so unexpected, the example that you gave of it being like this friendly family dog that mauled someone that like did something to me. Anybody else? I saw a few faces go, oh. I didn't see that coming. So yeah, you got me in the moment. I do want to catch you on your theme and premise.
Mhm.
You said the theme was anger destroys, and then the premise was also anger destroys, basically. Can you repeat that?
Yes, the theme anger destroys, and the premise was the preposition that if you don't understand the source of your anger, then it will destroy you and those around you.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just, and because the premise, remember, we want to have the negative and we want to have the positive. So what's the positive side of your premise?
The positive side is understanding the source of the anger and being able to not have those explosive leaks. And I think the emotional side of that is the peace that comes with that.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. So in saying that, I mean, you could absolutely say anger destroys is your theme, but remember, we want to go with our theme. Is it mythologically connected? And it is, if you connect to that, we can all see, yeah, anger destroys things. We can all relate to that. We can all see it, absolutely. But it also could be like, not knowing that we're emotional creatures. We're emotional creatures and accepting that about ourselves. And anger is the one that you choose to explore in the premise, and that's the one that you choose to highlight in the character. But if you allow the theme to be we're all emotional creatures, then you think about the story, you can tell you've got an angry character, you've got a sad character, you've got a joyful character. It just opens the world up for you, and everyone's going to see themselves probably in every character if they're really honest. But they'll definitely see themselves in at least one character. Yeah. Does that resonate?
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. Welcome. Great job. It's awesome. Claire, what you got, babe?
My theme is the power of love, and my premise is love is the most powerful force in the universe, or love conquers all. The emotion is like disappointing, and then also freeing, because the unexpectedness is we don't always choose love, and you can't choose love for everyone else. Like, you can only choose love for yourself. So it's like, just because you choose love doesn't mean other people will. So there's this like eye-opening, and it's empowering, because it's like this, it's empowering, but it's also like can be this disappointment as well. So yeah, there's different emotions explored throughout.
Beautiful. Can everyone see how in that example there's like a strong theme that's mythological, we can all connect to it, And then we also got the sense of the positive, negative. So you can imagine just from Claire sharing that the character journey they can go on, or like what she might be teaching her clients if that's actually a workshop and not a story. You know, you can see her teaching where they're not choosing love and where they could be choosing love, or how they could be choosing love more. So it gives that scope. Awesome. Thanks. Lauren, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, hi. I'm trying to still catch up on the difference between theme and premise, so hopefully you'll tell me. Theme is nothing's more dangerous than underestimating and lying to your wife. And the premise is that lying and deceiving to catch a thief is justified. And it's a story about a wife who's deceived, who then deceives in order to bring down her husband's corrupt family.
I think I'd read this story.
Right?
Yeah.
I know, I love it.
Yeah. I think you've got the theme that you've offered is a bit more of a premise. I mean, yeah, it can be a tricky thing to distinguish, but I would put your theme as like the pursuit of truth.
Okay, something more. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the generative force. It's like what it's if you have to tell everyone what it's about in 2 or 3 words, what is it? That's the theme. It's like we want it to be as succinct as possible because that's what we're going to be referencing over and over and over again while we write this project, which I did tell you don't have to write this and you don't. We're just having an example. But if you were gonna, you'd want that theme to be really clear and succinct so that you could just keep coming back to it and go, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm telling a story that's about the need for truth or the search for truth that we have. And then premise, did you have a positive and a negative, or was it just the negative that you gave?
Well, to catch a thief, I thought was positive.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like you can lie and deceive to catch a thief, and that's justified.
Okay. Yeah. So it's about like moral dilemma. It's like this is where
Yeah.
it's okay to lie, and this is where it's not okay to lie.
Yeah.
And finding that line. Yeah, interesting. Cool.
Thanks. Okay, that was helpful.
Thanks for having a crack without just coming in and being good energy and going for it. It's awesome.
Cool. Thanks.
All right. Did anybody not get anything down at all? No ideas, nothing happened. Amazing. Or a little bit. Anne, do you want to share with me what went on for you?
I'm really not sure. I think maybe I haven't quite understood the difference between the premise and the theme. I came up and I don't have unexpectedness in it. And I think that what I came up with is a story that has been told several times. I can imagine at least 3 times that I've heard some version of that story. So I went with the haunted workshop that you mentioned in the workshop the other time. And the idea that came out of that is basically, I think that would be my premise, that the past is bygone and the old must make room for the new. And the story would be a young shoemaker who takes over a workshop and he finds in the morning that his work has been redone or undone or something. Something is happening, tools are not in their places. And he goes on to figure out that there's a ghost that is kind of interfering with his work because the ghost has a different idea of how things should be done and it's not willing to let go. And in kind of making peace with each other and developing understanding and compassion for each other, both can move on. So the premise would be that making peace and the cooperation, rather than battling, helps them both to move on. And the unexpectedness is probably has to be worked out in the story of how the ghost intervenes and how they first battle and then kind of find a way to cooperate. But I'm really not sure if I got that right with the premise and theme, the distinction between the two.
Cool. I'll tend to that in a moment, but I'm just going to start by saying you definitely got something, right? There's a story, you've got a story there, you've got a setting, yeah, you've absolutely got something. So just affirming that to you. And you know, the unexpectedness could be that they become friends, the ghost and the workshop owner. Like that could be unexpected because the start of the story might be it's really scary and creepy and then they become friends, or you know, the unexpectedness could be that the ghost helps him learn stuff, like he opens books to particular pages to help him get information, or you know that there's like I'm just giving a couple of random examples, but yeah, lots of different ways that you could have. The unexpectedness could be that the ghost's really funny and he dacks everyone that comes into the workshop and people's pants keep falling down. You know, it could literally be anything. The difference between theme and premise, I'm actually glad you asked because this is going to be great clarification for lots of people. The theme is the what. What's it about? What is it? In 2 to 3 words, just what's it about? The premise, how does it work? How does it work in this world? Let's take Magician's Way, for example. The theme, the what, is that focus creates reality. That's what the book is about. That's the heart of the book. How that works is when you focus on an end result, your natural ability kicks in. When you focus on the process, your limitations take over. That's the how, the mechanism by which it works in the world that it creates. And it's okay if you guys aren't 100% dandy with this right now. Like it's going to become clearer and clearer. Christian?
I wanted to know the unexpectedness. Is this with nonfiction as well? Because
Yes.
I'm writing about something nonfiction, and it's more like this is actually one of the reasons why I participate in this workshop, because in your introduction you said it's so important to have emotions and stories, and what I'm writing about is more like information, and I felt that I can kind of put in more spice and more emotion. So this is
Yeah.
kind of what I'm aiming for. And the unexpectedness, is this with nonfiction as well?
Absolutely. Yeah. All of them for fiction and non-fiction. And, you know, with transformation in mind, like I said, a maths textbook's probably not got huge amounts of unexpectedness. And I mean, maybe I'm not a massive mathematician. But you know, the numbers tell stories, sure. I'm sure a mathematician could probably argue. My uncle is a chemistry fanatic, and he's like, no, they have emotion in chemistry textbooks. And I'm like, no, they don't. They really, for the average person, they do not. But yeah, you have unexpectedness. In a nonfiction, the unexpectedness is in what they're learning. You're showing them something different
Okay.
about the world. You're teaching them
Yes.
something different.
Yes, I think what I want to transfer hasn't, these dots have not been connected before. So yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it's
Go ahead.
unexpected. In say CYD, for example, create your destiny. Maybe if you had a friend go through Will's work before, or maybe if you've read his work or something, his books or something, but it's unexpected in CYD that intuition readings is how you connect to your destiny. That doing intuition readings is the way that we learn what our soul, our true path in life is, and we connect to our true nature and purpose. You don't really expect to give psychic readings to everybody when you walk through the door. It's unexpected. To the extent that there are people in the workshop that don't want to do it. It's such a surprise. They're like, that's not what I signed up for. I signed for finding out my destiny. And William's like, yes, this is how we're going to do that. Surprise. Yeah. So we learn about our intuition and how that supports us in our purpose. But it's unexpected. Yeah. Thanks for asking your questions, guys. It's helpful for everyone, hey? When people ask questions, it is actually really clarifying for everyone. So thanks for bringing those and offering that to the group. All right. Are you guys ready for lunch? Must be 1:10, nearing 1:15 in London. I think it's lunchtime. I think it's nice to have like a little bit of a later lunch refuel, and then we have a power few hours when you come back. So let's have a lunch break. If you feel very excited and inspired, have another go on a lunch break and play with the elements again and make something up. And if not, just have a break. That's okay too. Have a rest. Do what you've got to do to come back in good energy, to have a good afternoon session when we come back, because yeah, we've laid our foundation. We're going to get into applying it. And the more you apply it, the more it's going to land, the more you're going to get it. There'll be a moment where you go, that's what a premise is, if you haven't got it yet. And that's okay. Just if you're feeling a little bit like unsure, haven't quite got all of it yet, just intend that you're going to get it. And you will. You will. Super consciously, geniusly, you will. It will land for you. It will come together. And it's just we're volatile. We're in the learning process. We haven't fixed it yet. So it's okay. Just intend that you're going to get it and keep asking questions and keep bringing good energy. So I'm going to pretend it's 1:15 right now, and we're going to take an hour. So please look after yourselves, eat whatever you want to eat that gives you good energy when you come back. Like 3 bowls of pasta so that you're in a carb coma is not going to help. More than likely. Yeah. Stay sober, eat well, get hydrated, move your body, and we'll have a great session this afternoon. Thanks everyone for your great energy. It's been great. We've heard from everybody, so it's awesome. And I'll see you in a bit. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Welcome back, team. Did you guys have a good morning or, evening, depending on where in the world you are? Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Let's have a few shares to drop back in. But before we do, I just want you to write down the answer to this question for me. And when you share, I want you to share about this morning, not your answer to this question. We'll circle back, but I just want you to write down, what do you believe is important for you to develop to be able to write genius offerings? What do you believe is important for you to develop to be able to write genius offerings? And just write down what comes to you. Sentence or a couple of sentences will do. And then just give me a thumbs up or a dance move or something when you're done.
Can you say again the question? Sorry.
Yeah, what do you believe is important for you to develop to be able to write genius offerings? I'll pop it in the chat box as well. It's easier for you to read it. And then, yeah, give me a thumbs up or a dance move when you're done. All thumbs, no dance moves. What is this, guys? Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Leah. Thanks, Mark. I love saying put an emoji in the chat box and seeing what emojis people put. It's like personality testing. Awesome. All right. Everybody should have written something down. We'll come back to that. But let's just have a bit of a share. Drop us back in after put some good energy in. after the lunch break. What's landing so far? What are you learning about meeting a writer's genius or writing with genius? What are you learning about writing? What myths are you busting? What's been landing for you? What's something that has stuck out for you or struck you so far? Let's just have a few shares. Carolyn, kick us off. First dance move, first share. Do need to unmute though. Let me.
Mute. Okay.
There we go.
Hello. Good afternoon. What's landing for me is the structure, and have your theme or which one was it? Your theme, your premise and your theme really ready to go, and have it on the top of your screen and just stay with that and don't wander off into other stories.
I love it. No wandering off into the abyss. Great takeaway. Leah, what's landing for you? Thanks, Carolyn.
Now that I'm just like scrolling back through, how like simple and self-evident like the top 6 essential elements are. Like it just seems so obvious now that like we've discussed it, like just scrolling through it, it's like, oh yeah, all the great books and great movies and the ones that I engage with, they just are. They're just that. It's just so obvious now that it's, we've stepped back a little bit and had a bit of a break. Yeah, just so simple. So great.
Yeah, awesome. You'll never unsee it, eh? Like, especially, I mean, hopefully eventually all of them, but there'll at least be a few where when you're watching stuff, now you're going to be like, oh, that was great unexpectedness. Good theme, great premise. You'll just start picking it. And I encourage that, hey, because it's going to encourage your learning too. If you notice them, have the 6 elements written down in the notes of your phone, and next time you read a book, see if you can put a finger on them. It's good. It's awesome and true. Yeah. Now you see them. It's like being slapped in the face with something that's been there all along. But yeah, you don't know till you know, hey? Cool. Thanks. What else, guys? What else is Landon? Lauren and Mark.
For me, the point of the theme is the what, and the premise is the how. Like being able to distinguish between the two.
Yeah, awesome. Was it you that asked that question? I don't know.
I also
Someone
was
asked it.
confused, so I
Yeah.
was grateful.
Yeah. Someone asked the question, but it's a good question. Great clarification. Thanks. Mark.
One of the things that landed for me is what you said. William told you that some people use your book as their Bible and sleep with it next to their bed, and other people use it as their toilet paper. And that's okay. It's just like right from the deep, and the message will find the people who need to hear the message.
Yeah, beautiful. I love that. One of my other, like, I guess, mottos that I live by, if I'm not turning anybody off, I'm not turning anybody on. And if I'm doing either of those things, I know I'm in the deep, because foam just doesn't do that. Doesn't really activate or enliven, or it's just foam. Everyone's like, yeah, cool, we accept that. It's foam. It's normal. Yeah, it's good. Some good quotes, eh? I hear it often in my mind. Toilet paper. Mm, too good. Gaia, you had your hand up before. Would you like to share?
Yeah, I wanted to share that I'm also learning about the difference between the theme and the premise. It's really lending that's the what and then the how, and also I'm learning that we can tune into the elements, like the way that we are tuning into the unexpectedness, tuning into the feeling, and it can give us direction even from the start. So that's London.
Yeah, awesome. Love that. Very cool. Who had an experience of when you tuned into those elements, really starting to see, oh, I could see how this could really take shape and come together, and you probably didn't even have all six elements, right? Like most of you had three or four maybe. So you can see how the more you add it, it builds, and we're not done yet, right? But yeah, beautiful. Great. So you guys are getting it, getting good stuff. We'll have Sylvia and then we'll keep moving.
Yes, as I said before, what was landing for me was the to keep it simple, and the theme was clear and everything. And when I had to do the exercise, I panicked. I blanked out, and I said, "I'm not able to do this." I felt really bad. And then slowly something came up. But the first thing I thought, I'm in the wrong place. I have to be honest. So that's I wanted to share this. And then something came up anyway, but I really panicked because I thought I'm not gonna be able to do this. It's I'm not good enough, and all that crap just came up in 5 seconds.
I love it. You're the
I'm like,
perfect
wow.
perfect segue for us. Thank you for sharing that. It's true, hey, did anybody else have that experience? Because it's not uncommon. I've heard people say that before. Yeah, thanks for putting your hands up and
Thank you.
being real about that. Thanks for that share, Sylvia. It's powerful, hey? It's true. We've all got our resistance. We've all got our stuff, and it comes up, and it's gonna come up again. And it might not have come up then, but maybe it'll come up next time and you'll go, oh no, I had it when I was at the workshop, but now I don't have it. It's not true, but it feels like it is. It's the fixed. And like we were saying before, when you're in the fixed, it's consuming. It's your entire reality. It's very real. That's your experience. That's why if somebody's triggered and you say to them, oh, but it's not real, get over it, it doesn't land. Because they're in it. If you say it to them, then when they've come out of it on the other side of it, and then you go, yeah, that was a bit of an overreaction, they might have a laugh with you. But when they're in it, absolutely not. Like they're in it. And so, yeah, you just got to make the fix volatile and then let the volatile come in. But way to stick in the tension of, oh no, I'm in the wrong spot, and just hang in that and then let something come through. So yeah, that's awesome and relatable. Thanks for sharing that. And a perfect segue, as I say, to our next segment. So thank you for that as well. So let's talk about our resistance to writing. Who has resistance to writing? Anyone? Thank you for your honesty. Why? Why do you have resistance to writing? I genuinely want you guys to answer this question. Why do you have resistance to writing? Who's up for sharing? Claire, Tracy, and Barbara. Let's hear it.
Because I don't believe I'm very good at it.
Thank you for your honesty. Tracy?
There's such a difference between where I believe I am in capabilities to where I want to create from. Like it's so yeah, my capacity to be able to kind of turn my imagination into something that somebody could read. That I would doubt my capabilities in that.
Mm, mm. Yeah, thanks. Big gap between current reality and vision. Yeah.
Some days, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Thank you. Who did it? Was it Barbara? Did I say next? Yeah, Barbara.
Yeah.
What's your resistance?
So actually, it's the validation from the outside. So, I've had people read stuff and go, And rather than feeling reassured by any comments, it's like, oh shit, well, fuck it, I'm giving up. Excuse all my vanity. Yeah. So yeah, again, the current reality and the desire, the outcome.
Yeah, thank you. Anne and Mark, why do you have resistance to writing?
I think for me is that feels time consuming, and that has to do with the fact that when I'm in flow and I can just write, it doesn't feel time consuming. Then I'm just enjoying my time, but I'm doing a lot of mental judgment on what I'm writing while I'm writing. So it's kind of like I'm reviewing while I'm in the process of doing my first draft, and that can drag.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, yeah. You can't be thinking about writing and be in your genius of writing at the same time. They're different vibrations, hey? Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. Mark and Carolyn, why do you have resistance to writing?
For me, it's scared that it might be good, and then it's sort of out there, and I'm breaking cover, and now I'm opening myself up to criticism, and yeah, it's just breaking cover and exposing myself.
Powerful to see. Thank you. See, every time someone shares, there's a couple other people nodding, like, fuck yeah, me too. So thanks, everyone. Carolyn and Christopher.
For me, it's you've shown your hand, you've revealed yourself, and yeah, uh, uh, vulnerability. Now you're open to attack, which may or may not come. But I feel I published a story last year, first time ever, and I felt so vulnerable when it was in book form and people were reading it. It was like, oh my God, what have I done?
It is certainly a form of nakedness, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Christopher.
Yeah, it's a fear of meeting my own limitations, reaching a certain ceiling and being exposed.
Yeah, thank you. I see the nods. Lauren, why do you have resistance to writing?
Mine is about time. It's going to take too much time. I'm going to, like, who's got the time? I'll never get it done.
Never get it done. There it is, hey? We all have it. I mean, we heard from a lot of people there, but everybody has resistance to writing. Hey, you got to be able to admit that to yourself. I still do. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was sharing some of my examples before, but no, I've hit my quota. I've written enough. There can't be any more. People must be sick of it. I'm sick of it. There's nothing that can't be fun anymore. It's become work, or there's always something. Okay, so we have a theme emerging from all of us, from all your shares about your resistance to writing, and we're going to talk about that theme on page 5. That is, we don't believe we have it in us. So a premise, really, we don't believe we have it in us when it comes to writing. We don't believe that we are powerful and that our natural expression is enough. Therefore, we believe we have to manipulate, rely on something other than our natural voice to make the impact and have the effect we seek. If we don't believe we have it in us, then we're going to compensate for that fact. We're going to make it about time, or make it about how busy we are, or focus on rejection, create evidence that we're going to get rejected, or make it about something else. But it comes down to not believing that we have it in us. Can you guys feel the resonance of that truth? It's nuanced for all of us, of course. We have our specific way that comes out, but ultimately, at the root, that's what it is. There's an example of Clint Eastwood in his film. I think it's one of his films. I think it's called The Man with No Name. Has anybody seen it? Anybody familiar with it? And there's this scene where he helps this woman and saves her. And she's like, "Why did you help me? Why did you do that?" And the script had this whole explanation with this whole backstory about how he knew this woman and she got in trouble and all these things that happened to this woman, all these terrible things, and then nobody helped her. And he was meant to go into this like multi-minute dialogue explaining about this woman, and that's why he then helped this woman. And he didn't. He just ad-lib just said, "I knew a woman once and nobody helped her." And that's all he says. And he just, when he got the script, he read it and he went, "Nah, cross through it. And I'm not saying that. I'm not doing that. I'm not memorizing that. We don't need that. I knew a woman once and nobody helped her." And you can picture that, right? Without having any of the rest of the context of the film and the story and what's happened or whatever. You can picture man holding woman who's just saved and she's like, "Why did you help me?" And he goes, "I knew a woman once and no one helped her." And automatically the rest is filled in, right? That like we've got it. We get it. We get the context. We empathize. There's emotion. There's like this grief in it, but also this beauty that's been able to impact somebody else. And yeah, it's meaningful. It even touches on that like mythological piece of like we learn and then we do our best to apply that learning in our future with other people that we meet, you know. Um, and the script writer didn't didn't think that that would be enough. Didn't Had to compensate by filling in the whole story and giving it all and giving all the details and making sure that the audience understood. But no, there's this backstory and this woman and this happened and no one helped her and but it was because this and this and this, and it's like compensating, right? Um, and if you guys can just refrain from the chat box, sorry, it just distracts me a little bit. I appreciate like the examples and that you're getting it is awesome, but I just get a little bit, just pulls me out. Yeah, it's compensating. And Clint Eastwood, he's confident in his genius. He knows he's in his lane. He's like, "No, we don't need that. The audience gets it. We're good. Cross it out. No compensating here. I've got it. You've got it. We've got it in us to tell this story without all of this fluff." So removes the fluff. Another example, I love watching interviews of famous people, like not necessarily, not because they're famous, but I love watching interviews of people who have done really, really epically in their industry. They might not even actually necessarily be famous, like they might just be in like some weird niche industry, but I love because they're in their genius, right? And they share these golden nuggets and I love it. I love humanizing geniuses and learning about them. Anyway, I watched a interview with Denzel Washington and they asked him like, "How do you play so many different characters? Because you play like different types of characters. You know, like sometimes actors or actresses, I think everyone wants to be called actor these days, not actress, but anyway, they get niched and it's like, well, you're always the hero person. Like Tom Cruise, hero guy, action. You know, they get niched. They've got their like area that we're used to seeing them in. Um, and Denzel Washington's played some pretty diverse types of characters. He's done different things, and he was asked in an interview, yeah, how do you just so fully become a character in like different characters? So it's not like you're always doing the same thing or stepping into the same vibe. Like you're different characters portraying different types of emotions and different statuses and so many differences. And he just said, I let myself go And I just imagine stepping into that person and being them. And then I'm them. And then whatever happens after that, it's beyond me. I'm just receiving the character. So what's he doing? He's going within me. I'm gonna throw my identity at it. I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna whatever. So all this fixed stuff, he's like, no, I make the fixed volatile. I empty myself out. And then I imagine stepping in and just receiving that person. They come into my flesh. And then I just be them. And he's alchemizing. and acknowledging that, well, I don't have it's not in me. It's beyond me. It's bigger than. I empty out and then I receive it. And that's what it is. It's bigger than my identity. It's bigger than that's bigger and better than what I think I can do. And that portrays a more real, a more authentic. I mean, I've never seen Denzel Washington in something where I've gone, kind of don't really believe in this character. I think he's a shit actor. That has never happened to me watching him. It has happened to me watching some actors, actresses, whatever people where you go, it's terrible acting. You don't even seem sad. Like you're crying, but I can't feel it. Like it's you can just see you feel the gap. I've never felt that with him. I've probably also never watched every single thing he's ever done, but um yeah, it's just it's such a great illustration of I don't have it in me, so I don't be me. I be the character. It's not my job to work it out, to figure it out. I empty myself and I become, and then there it is. And you hear stories all the time in film and TV, particularly where some of the best and most impactful scenes in the movie come out of the character getting lost in the character and just ad-libbing. And the producer or the director or whoever is like, well, that was way better than the script, so we're keeping that. And they don't even do it again. It's like one take, that was it. There we go, done. Thanks, moving on. Next scene. I can see a few of you nodding, but have you guys heard of that happening before, right? It's a pretty common thing that we hear. And yeah, like I would say that's this premise of they've emptied out, they've become the character, and no one knows the character better than the character. They're channeling that character. They're in genius. They're in they're fixing the volatile of this imagined character through their body. And that's what's happening. And yeah, when we don't let that fixed stuff become volatile, we can't then make the volatile fixed. There's not space for it. We haven't opened to it. We haven't allowed ourselves to go to a different vibration. We're still just fixed in the gunk. And that's what happens. We don't believe we have it in us. And so we're fixed in that. And then we have an experience with our writing that proves what we're fixed in. You're fixed in writer's block, and then you have an experience of writer's block, and then you go, oh shit, well, I don't have it in me. Or you write something vulnerable and you share it with somebody, but you share it with somebody who invalidates you. And then you go, see, I don't have it in me. And it's all in that vibration of proving we don't have it in us, being in the fixed. And yeah, we can all see can you all see, actually, is a better question. Can you all see how you've done that, how you've been fixed relative to your writing? You've been trying to look at what's missing, why is this hard, or why am I avoiding it? Or even, maybe you're not asking that question, but you just know you're avoiding it. Like you're aware, you're kind of half wise to it. I know I'm avoiding it. I know it's true for me to do. I know it feels vulnerable, but I'm still not doing it. Like it's like you're half wise. You haven't seen it clearly enough that it's shifted. That's all it is. When you're stuck and you're still stuck, it's just you haven't seen it clearly yet. Because once you see it, you don't choose to live there anymore. And that's okay. It's not a dig. Like it's just learning. You're learning. That's why you're here. So if we don't believe we have it in us, how do we then cope with that fact? We have to manipulate reality. Because if our natural self, if just who we are authentically isn't going to cut it, we've got to be the thing that we believe we need to be in order to cut it. So if how I am isn't going to cut it, or if I create more time in my life, then maybe that'll suffice. If how I am isn't going to cut it, if I have some more success first, then maybe I'll be able to. If how I am isn't going to cut it, maybe after I fall in love, then I'll be able to do it because someone will believe in me. The person that I've fallen in love with, that's fallen back in love with me, hopefully. Maybe when I have that, then I'll be able to do it. Then I'll be whole. We have like it's all these different excuses, whatever it is. It looks different for all of us. But manipulation isn't original. We talk about genius coming from this place of originality and bringing that clarity and inspiration to our offering. Manipulation isn't original. Manipulation's what humans have been doing to each other to the nth of time. That's what we've all been doing. It's what we learn to do when we're children to get what we want. Anybody ever watched a kid just manipulate a situation like masterfully? They're incredible. Dad didn't let me have the cookie, but I'll get it off. Mum, watch this. Like they're incredibly intelligent little creatures, Um, and us too, like we learnt how to get around mum, dad, nan, grandma, our guardian, our uncle, whoever we had. Like we learnt express myself, I'll get in trouble. Don't express myself, then I'll be in trouble. That like we learnt to be manipulating in the environment just to get by, whatever we thought we needed to do to survive, right? I'll behave like this and then I might get dessert. I'll the classic manipulation of like the kid putting their peas in the pot plant or something so that they can get dessert. So it looks like they've eaten them. It's like, we all manipulate. Do you guys know that I think not all of you have done this, but the move the pen exercise? No. No. Okay. I'll explain it. So it's an exercise. I think we do it in alchemy. I think we do it in alchemy because alchemy is all about seeing your shadow and the ways that we manipulate, actually, ironically. And the move the pen exercise is basically you have a pen in your right hand and then you go move the pen into your left hand. And you're partnered up with somebody and the instruction is if you feel like you're being manipulated, don't move the pen. And if you feel that they are just directly communicating with you, heart to heart, you're allowed to move the pen. And people do weird shit. They like yell, move the fucking pen. And people are like, no, like if they're just trying to overpower them to move the pen or dominate them because that's how they believe it's got to be. You see those people attacking their keyboards trying to write, it's like intense. But that's their structure, If I just smash the keyboard, the ideas will come. Or people go, oh, could you pretty please move the pen? And they put like these little baby voices on. Oh, it's like sickly sweet, just trying to, you don't want to do it. You're like, ew, no, go away. I don't want to, you feel manipulated. You can feel it, right? It's very obvious. You can tell when kids are manipulating you. You can tell when adults are manipulating you. It's very obvious. It's like an energy to it that we pick up on. And if you're in your sovereignty, if you're in your center and in yourself, you don't like it. You don't want to engage in it. If you're in your shit and maybe you want to be codependent or you like being dommed or whatever in a power play, then you'll engage with it. But functionally, if you're in your power, you don't want to be manipulated. It's not what we want. It's not what we connect with. And the thing about the move the pen exercise, the takeaway, the gold of it, and won't ruin it, me telling you when you have your experience of it, you'll still have an experience of it if you do alchemy after this. But you have an experience of when someone says it effectively, it's just a direct heart-to-heart communication. And you just go, yeah, okay, sure. It's like any of you there might be a few business owners in the space. I've run businesses for a number of years now, and it's interesting, you know, sometimes people ask for refunds, right? For all sorts of ridiculous reasons. Like, my dog broke their leg, can I have a refund? And you're like, you've already done the course. That's not how life works. That's not how that goes. You know, but they throw this sob story at me, like I'm gonna feel sorry for them and please, it's been really hard. My dog's doing this and my rent's gone up and I know I did the course and the course is so awesome. I'll give you the best testimonial that you've ever seen. But can I have a refund? Like, absolutely not. You know, and it's dripping with manipulation and I just don't want a bar of it. I don't want a bar of it. But when people just like directly ask me for something and you know it's not laced with stuff, then I'm just open. And you know, I'm open to the truth. And if the truth is no, it's no, but it's such a different energy. Um, I had it happen the other week. We had someone email and they had accidentally purchased one of my books twice in a row. Like within 3 minutes, they'd bought the book twice. They obviously, I don't know, got impatient waiting for it to load or something, just like an accidental double purchase. And she just sent this really direct email and just said, hey Ellie, I just purchased your book. I think I purchased it twice. Could you just check for me? And if so, could you refund me one of them? And it was just like, yeah, of course, sure. Went through. Look, she'd actually done it 3 times. But like one was like 3 weeks ago, and then it was like an ebook. So she'd bought it 3 weeks ago and then seen it again, bought it a couple more times. And I was like, yeah, sure. By the way, you bought it 3 times. I've just sent you 2 refunds. You know, it was like just direct and not manipulative and whatever. And then the other day I had someone buy an ebook and they purchased it's an ebook and an audio book. That's what they purchased. And then they commented on the product in the members thing where everyone can see it, which is a good way to get energy from people because that's what manipulation's about, right? It's how do I get the energy that I think I need? And she just said, oh, it's very disappointing that this isn't a printable file, that I can't print the book and hold the book and read it. And I just like I didn't see it. My one of my team saw it and sent me a message and was like, what do we do about this? And I was like, look, we've just got to remove the fact that she's being manipulative because she is. She's trying to get a rise and she's like, this is disappointing. What a misleading thing. Da, 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 da. And you know, when she's manipulating, you want to react to the manipulation. That's like the reactive response, right? Like, fuck her, just give her a refund, fuck her off. Like, fuck this attitude, we don't need this. It's not what we want in our community, blah, 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 blah. We can just react. But I went, all right, let's do a practice. Let's just take off the manipulation. What's obvious? What do we see? What's obvious? She wants just to print the PDF off. Cool, email her the PDF. Great. It's over. Let's move on. And, you know, we remove the manipulation. And we don't do that to ourselves relative to writing when we're stuck. We just keep manipulating ourselves. And that's what you're all doing in your way, rather than removing the manipulation and going, oh, I'm just manipulating myself into not writing again. I'm manipulating myself into focusing on my time constraints or avoiding vulnerability or assuming I'm not successful enough yet or whatever your story is, instead of just going, just move the pen. Like I'm just gonna write what I want to write. And you know, making this very specific to writing. This manipulating yourself relative to writing is like putting a filter on what's coming through you and saying, you know, you want to write how let me think of an example. I just thought of a really aggressive example and I'm like, there must be a better example than this. No, it's what's coming to me. You want to write about how much men suck. You hate men. I'm thinking of, I saw an article of Chappell Roan the other day announcing that she no longer wishes to sleep with men because men suck and they make terrible art. Quote. Whether it's a real quote or whether that's just someone trolling on the internet, who knows? But anyway, it's a let's say that that's what you want to say. You want to write a book about how much men suck. It's a terrible example, but roll with me. And but you're scared of people reacting to that, or you're scared of people taking that the wrong way, or you're worried about how that will polarize people, or da 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 da. So instead of writing about how men suck, you end up writing a love letter to men, and it doesn't really resonate with anyone. No one likes it. No one believes it. It's not very good. It's like because you've just manipulated yourself out of the essence of what you wanted to express, right? And whether we agree with Chaperone saying men suck and they suck in bed and they make terrible art, I obviously don't agree with that. I've consumed a lot of art that men have made that has been awesome. I think your gender has very little to do with whether you're in your genius or not. And that's what the marker of great art is to me. Anyway, whether we agree with her or not, she doesn't filter herself and she just says what she wants to say, doesn't she? She's just out there saying her thing and she's living her life and doing her thing and she's doing bloody well for herself. And yeah, lots of people dislike her and don't like it and whatever, but the people who love her, paying her bills, she's doing all right, you know. She's saying her thing, she's making viral music, she's out there and I'm not particularly a huge fan, but who cares? She doesn't care what I think about her. She's saying her thing, unfiltered, right? She's not manipulating or making her message smaller. And you know, it's not a um it's it's not about what we're saying, it's what are we doing to the essence of the message. And if you're not writing in flow right now, it's because you're manipulating your message in some way, shape, or form. That's what's going on for you. And you're manipulating your message because you don't believe you have it in you. And it's not going to change. I still catch myself wanting to manipulate my message, believing I don't have it in me, right? But we become adept at just transcending that limitation and knowing that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we have beliefs. It matters that I know how to make the fixed volatile and the volatile fixed. It's what actually matters about my writing, not anything else. Not that I believe that I don't have it in me. But we all believe that, and in the name of making the fixed volatile, we're going to explore that a little bit more. So we're going to do some readings shortly, get in some breakout rooms, which will be fun. But before we do, I'd like to just get a couple of shares of what's landing for you about not believing that we have it in us, just like in what we've covered since coming back from lunch or dinner, depending on where you were, coming back from our extended break. What's landing for you about this relationship between writing, manipulation, believing that you don't have it in us? Yeah, just want to see how this is landing for everyone. Christian and Mark.
Yeah, so not whatever the reason is we are not writing, the underlying thing is that we are not believing in ourselves and that we don't have it in us. Otherwise, we just would take the time or would just write or whatever our assumptions are that are otherwise. Yeah, does it make sense?
It makes sense. We're picking up what you're putting down. Thank you. Awesome. Mark, what's landing for you?
On the manipulation, you know, using that to get energy, I believe I need. And I always sort of had a view around, you know, manipulating other people to get that energy. But I think a new aspect for me is manipulating myself into not writing. And so that's a whole sort of new window in it, but how I manipulate myself in the situation.
Yeah, powerful. Yeah, and we think we're getting energy for it. Have you ever like been in a room with people and people have been vulnerable, like say three people have just been really vulnerable and you're at a dinner party or something and people are sharing and then you go to the next person, oh, what about you? What's going on with you? That nothing. No, I don't want to. No, nothing. And then what does everyone do? Oh, come on, tell us. Like they get energy from everyone by withdrawing their vulnerability, by not giving to the group, it's actually what it sucks energy from everybody. So yeah, once you you'll start to see it, and just intend that you'll start to see it in yourself and in others. You'll start to recognize, oh, you're trying to manipulate me right now. Okay. Once you see it, you won't buy into it anymore. It's funny the way that we naturally, my mum still baby talks to me, and Claire like cringes because when mum and I are in our codependency, we both do it to each other. Like one of us is on the couch and the other one's up. It's like, Mum, can you please bring me some chocolate? I really need some chocolate. She's like, okay, yeah. Vice versa. We like baby talk to each other. It's sickly. And it's just because one of us wants the other one to do something. Oh, can you please? And she'll call me and be like, oh, can you please? And I'm like, Mum, just ask me. Just tell me what you want. But when I'm in my codependency with her, I'm like, yeah, we'll be there in 2 minutes. Terrible. Terrible. The amount of times that Claire's been sitting there like, I think we're much better. We've learned, applied, succeeded, my friends. But yeah, it's a thing. We all have it, right? If you like, even if you live with a family member or a friend or a partner or your kids, or you'll be like, oh wow, I can see how I manipulate them for energy. And if you don't yet, you will soon. You'll start seeing it more and more. Cool. All right. Can everybody think of an example, just for yourself? I'm not going to get you guys to share it, but just for yourself, an example of when you've wanted to say something and you've diluted the message. Like maybe you've had to have a hard conversation with someone you love and you've just dulled it down because you're afraid of saying the thing, or you've wanted to post something on Facebook, launch a new offering or whatever, and then you dull down what it's about, so it's not so polarizing, or um, yeah, you want to write a love letter to somebody and then you like write it, burn it, make sure that they never see it. Like, can anyone think of an example where you've dulled yourself down? Yeah. Yeah, manipulating yourself. You're trying to manage what you're saying rather than saying the thing. That's what's going on. Cool. So everybody wrote down an answer to this question before. What do you believe is important for you to develop to be able to write genius offerings? Checking in. Did everybody write something down? When I asked you to do that. Awesome. Awesome. We are going to do an observing the obvious reading on that. And we're going to go into breakout rooms. And we're just going to observe the obvious of watching that person read their thing out loud. We'll have a demo before we go in for anybody who needs a refresher. And observe the obvious. How is this person manipulating rather than just moving the pen? How is this person engaging in their resistance and affirming, not believing that they have it in themselves rather than being in the deep? How is this person in the foam rather than the deep? That's what we're looking for. We're looking at this beliefs and we're going to reflect it to each other. This is what I say. This is how you manage yourself rather than express yourself. Can we get a volunteer for our demo? Tracy, you were like, my energy just went. It's you. Thank you. Thanks to everyone else that put their hand up. Tracy was too on it. So observing the obvious, it's an eyes open practice, hey? So we choose to be of service to Tracy's highest good. We choose to get the benefit of this practice, which is to obviously notice how she's manipulating herself, others, the world in compensation for believing she doesn't have it in her. That's what we're observing. That's what we're looking at. So Tracy's gonna share. We're all gonna watch her, eyes open. Notice what jumps out at you about how she's manipulating, how she believes she doesn't have it in her relative to writing. And then we're going to reflect it to her. My hot tip, especially doing this in groups, is when a few things jump out at her, we'll just be silent when she's done, and people can write out what jumps out at you, even just a word or something, so that you notice. And yeah, we'll offer those reflections. So when you're ready, Tracy, if you can unmute yourself and share with us, we've got our eyes on you. Let's go.
What I believe is important for me to develop before I can write genius offerings is I need to develop my imagination and also my discipline for writing, my writing skills, but I also really need to calm down this overwhelm when I sit down to write, like this creative overwhelm that happens. Like I feel like I'm all over the place and 5 million stories are happening all at once, and then I can't focus on what it is that I'm trying to do.
Thank you. So lots jumped out at me. I'm sure that lots jumped out at everybody else as well. Did everybody get something? Something jumped out, hey? Great. Let's get a couple of shares. And remember, Tracy's here. We can talk to Tracy. You can tell Tracy what you got, and Tracy just received. And let's go. What jumped out, guys? What did you notice? Gaia and Claire.
What's obvious for me, Tracy, is that you think you need to control ideas and control how all the process goes. And it feels scary, like letting yourself in and go through that process feels scary. So just trying to experience it in minimal ways, like cutting the risks and trying to see how it goes. That's what I got.
Beautiful. Thank you. It's a good start. Claire, what'd you get?
Yeah, I got like a real big focus for you on like developing and like this focus on growing, and that you're not like you don't have it in you just as you are right now, and that there's something for you to achieve before you can, like there's a skill you need to have or a ability you need to like develop and grow into, like that you, yeah, a lot of it's like you don't have it in you right now, and that there's this real focus on being controlling of your environment and spaces, and it's not so much that it's like things can't be out of control, but it's that you can't know what you want, because it wouldn't matter if things were out of control if you knew what you wanted or you knew what you wanted to say. It's like the fact that you're not allowed to like be capable and knowing what you want and being direct and just saying it or going for it. Like that's like, yeah, what you believe, that you can't have that, or you can't have that power within yourself to know that. That's what I get about you.
Awesome. Lauren, what did you get? And then Susan. And guys, if you can just share whatever jumped out at you and just relate it back to writing at some point in what you're sharing, just take it back to how that's impacting Tracy as a writer. Lauren.
Hi, Tracy. What was obvious to me is that there's a ton of critical voices, like almost all around you, and that it's really hard for you to even like look at it because it's so scary. I was getting that same kind of fear that Gaia was talking about, and it's that ability to not look at it and not see it that makes you freeze and get confused.
Beautiful. Thanks, Lauren. Susan. You just unmute yourself. The button's not being pushed again. Cheeky button.
Not there. Click. What's obvious to me, Tracy, is that you focus on all the list of things you have to do or all the ideas that you have, and it puts you into a state of overwhelm. And you focus on feeling that overwhelmed state, which really gets in the way of you just focusing on what it is you want to rate that comes from you without that overwhelm being there.
Beautiful. All right, we'll have Leah and then I'll share and we'll wrap up.
What was obvious to me about that was you've overthought the overthinking. You've just made an art form out of that rather than out of your writing.
Short and dagged. Just how we like our readings. Awesome. Yeah, Tracy, what actually I resonated and I got bits and pieces of what everyone was sharing. Did everybody also, people sharing and you're like, yeah, I could see that. Yep, got that vibe. Yeah. Yeah, things jump, hey. But the first thing that actually jumped out at me was how emotionless you were when you first started talking. You were like monotone, bored, dead inside, given nothing. And I just felt the sheer fear in you to actually feel how much you want to do this, like how much you would love to express this part of yourself. It's like you're not acknowledging that. Because if you acknowledge that, then you're gonna have to pursue it and chase it and go for that. And that terrifies you. I just really felt the fear of the unknown. What if you do chase it? Then what? Then what happens? And I really get that if you reveal your heart, you'll be rejected. And so to protect yourself from that in the world, you're rejecting yourself by not even letting yourself feel how much you want it. Not even like I can't acknowledge how deeply of a desire this is for yourself because it's better to reject yourself than to have the world reject you. And the longer you spoke to us, the more flustered you got because the more exposed to that rejection you became. And that was the biggest piece that landed for me. I do resonate with what everyone else was sharing for sure. But that was the thing that slapped me. So whenever we have a demo, and everyone that didn't share, did you still have something hit you that was obvious and when people share, oh yeah, I could see. Okay, cool. But whenever we have a demo, we always give it over to our victim, our demonstration participant, Tracy, just to have a share. How did we do? Did it resonate? Did it land for you? What everybody shared?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I love the directness. Sorry, I can't remember the name. Is it of the person who said, like, I've made an art out of overthinking. And that does, that does definitely cripple me to just complete freezing in the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, I can feel myself getting flustered now because obviously we're kind of touching on, a real truth for me and not the reality, but the truth of my current reality. Is that like if you could strip everything away and money was no option, what would I be doing with my life? And it would be writing. That's the answer that comes up every time. What would you be doing? None of all the other fluff that I busy my life with, but I'd just be writing. So that's how much it means to me. So you really landed on that. And I'm on the flip side where that kind of means so much to me that it freezes me. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I can feel the emotion in it. Thank you for sharing and being vulnerable with us, hey?
Thanks.
Yeah, it's powerful to see. This will be a turning point in your story. Beautiful. Okay, so just some refreshers for anyone who needs, and thanks for being our demo. Things that work when we're giving readings. Go with the first thing that slaps you. Go with the first thing that jumps out at you. assume that what you've got is accurate. If you've set the intention to serve the highest good of whoever's sharing, and you've gone, okay, I'm going to empty out, just observe and notice, and you've set those intentions, what you get is going to have integrity. Let the structure serve you. So assume that what you get has truth to it, and then just keep talking. Whenever you start saying something and just keep talking, keep pulling the thread. Talking helps. If you say 2 words and then stop talking and and think about it, it makes it a lot harder. Talking helps. You go, what's obvious about that? If you have someone in your group that struggles and you notice they go, so say I was struggling and I said, oh, Tracy, what I noticed is that when you started talking, there was no emotion. And if I end my reading there, it doesn't really serve Tracy very well, right? But say that I'm nervous to give a reading or I've got my shit coming up, and feel free. I mean, we don't really have a frenzy of coaching each other in there, but you can encourage each other to serve each other. So Susan might be in my group and go, well, Ellie, what's obvious about the lack of emotion? And then that just helps me keep plugging along, just to give a bit more value to Tracy. And so then I might go, oh, well, it's because she's scared. It's because she's hiding the meaningfulness of it from herself. Even if I then stop there, it's still so much more valuable than me just going, there was no emotion. Like I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not offering you any insight. So just support each other in that. We've got people, as we discover, we have people who are really new to the work. We have people who have gone right through the curriculum and done mastery. So you're at different places with your readings, and that's okay. But just, being a collective end result of everybody giving value and supporting each other in offering. And remember, we have our value of truth. It's not, we're not attacking anyone. We're not giving advice. We're not doing anything other than offering the thing that jumps out at us, obviously. And you want to hear it, right? Like you want to be served by what's fixed in you, because this is what's going to serve it becoming volatile. So, everyone up for being dealt some truth. It's what serves us. Yeah. Cool. We've been back for an hour and we're gonna be in breakout rooms for a bit. So we are gonna have a comfort break before we go into the breakout room so that you can be in fresh energy while you're in there. Do we have any no, I'll get a couple shares and clarifications when we come back. Let's have a comfort break. And just when we come back, we are going to have a very brief clarification, make sure everyone's good, and then we're going to go into breakout rooms. So, and we'll be in a chunky session. So go have a comfort break so you can come back with good energy. How's 10 minutes? We've only been back from an hour from lunch. 10 minutes sweet for everyone. Okay, cool. 10 minutes, and then we'll be back on. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your good energy. And thanks, Tracy. All right. I can hardly believe we only have a couple hours left of day one. That's insane. Are you guys having a good time? Getting good value? It's good stuff, eh? I really love it. Okay, so we are gonna go into our breakout rooms. We're gonna be in groups of 3. I believe there's gonna be one group of 2. And if you're in the group of 2, you will just have more time to serve each other. So just adjust the time. Don't do the same time as everybody else and then sit there for the third portion doing nothing. Take the benefit of the time and yeah, go for the deep. Go for the deep. That's what we're all here for. So let's have that intention for everybody as we step into our breakout rooms, that we're going for the deep. We're not here for the foam. We're not here to be shallow. We're not here to skirt about what we get for each other. We're here to serve, to go for it, to be vulnerable, to meet our writer's genius and to serve each other in that end result too. And part of that is making the fixed volatile. It's open to seeing what's stopping us from writing and what comes up for us, and knowing this part of ourselves. It's important. So we're we're gonna go on, what are we? Groups of 3, 4. Yeah, groups of 3. We're just gonna go 10 minutes per person. So you're gonna be in there for 30 minutes. And if you think 10 minutes per person, it's gonna take 30 seconds or so for everyone to lock in on that person and go, yep, we're choosing to serve Tracy's highest good, and set that intention, and someone say it out loud. It's really supportive for everyone's focus to just lock in and go, yep, we're going to serve this person's highest good now, and we're going to choose to come from innocence, and whatever, observe the obvious, and whatever's obvious, we're going to choose that something's going to be obvious, and we'll share that. And then you're gonna, so that's gonna take 30 seconds, a minute or so to drop in to that person, and they're gonna read. And don't let them just read on and on and on. Like if someone's written a novel, amazing, we love that you're writing, but we don't need you to talk for that long for the obviousness to jump, right? Like things jump very quickly. So yeah, say a sentence or two, and then that's enough. And if any of your people are going on and on and on, just feel free to go, yeah, cool, we got it, and start serving them. Because it can be a strategy, they can, if I fill the time, I don't have to be as vulnerable. Right? So some people will do that, and it's what happens. We set the structure up for it to come up, and it does. So it doesn't mean anything, but just don't let it run away. We want to serve each other. And so then you're probably going to read for 7 or 8 minutes of actually giving to that person, and then a minute or two at the end for that person to feed back and just go, okay, yeah, this is what resonated for me, and this is what I got from it. And that's really important, guys. It's not serving that person extra to give them extra readings, then they don't get their feedback time. It's an important part of the structure. So whoever's timekeeping, just know that you're breaking up the time. And if you've ever been in a breakout room with me, I go, that's it, finish your sentence, it's off, right, next, we've got to go. And it's not to be rude, it's not to silence anyone, it's just to make sure everybody gets served, and that each person is fully served in the practice as we go next. So if your timekeeper's cutting you off, they're not an asshole, they're actually serving you. Thank you for being focused with the time. And I mean, you don't have to be time, like you can finish your sentence and serve each other, but let's just make sure that everybody gets their time. And then if you're in the group of 2, I believe Claire's put herself in the group of 2. So if you're with Claire, you don't need to wait for a third person to appear. They're not coming. You'll have 15 minutes each. So you can figure that out between the 2 of you. Cool. That's what we're doing. Any questions, clarifications, or even just a share or something before we jump in? We're ready to rock and roll. Everyone's like, let's go. I want to make my fixed volatile. Get me out of here. Amazing. All right. Set everyone loose, Claire, and have a great time, guys. I'll see you in half an hour. I'll give a 5-minute warning before I'll put a time starts now when everyone's in, and then I'll give a 5-minute warning. All right. Do right.
Going up here, like I knew I had some resistance to writing, but I didn't think it was like everything. And the more that it became obvious, the more it's like, oh, okay, it's everything. And it's good. It's good to acknowledge that.
Yeah, awesome. It's powerful to see, hey? Who feels a little bit relieved by just calling it what it is, letting it be there? Yeah, and is anyone else relieved to go, oh, it's not just me. Like I'm not the only one in this funk, right? Because we do see a lot of evidence of people writing. There's people publishing books left, right, and center. So if you're in your fixed stuff, it can feel a bit, I don't have it in me, and I'm the only person on the planet that doesn't have it in me. Does anybody have that? I know a few people that have that story about themselves. No, we're all in that together. We all have genius too, though. That is the good news, but awesome. Awesome. Who else would like to share? What's landing? What are you learning? Any aha moments? Claire and Mark.
Yeah, what I got from that is like the action, or not the action, but the like event of like writing or not writing, or the resistance showing up. Well, really it's the you're writing or you're not writing, and there's a reason for it. Like, and it's like a structural reason. Like, and doing the readings, like it's like the pieces fell into place for me of, oh, like it was like oh, okay, that's why that's happening, or that's why this is what's going on. And like as soon as like once it's spoken into, like it's like poof, and like the energy kind of goes out of it. And it's this, the realization is there of what I'm trying to control, or what the filter's happening, how I'm trying to manipulate, and like the specifics of it. They're all like, they're this picture of me. Like I did feel more seen because it's this picture of me of what goes on and why, like almost why behind the scenes of, oh, I'm trying to control because of this, or I'm trying to, this is why I'm doing it. And it's like familiarity at the same time. I know I didn't say it right, but it's fine. We know what I'm talking about. Um, yeah, that I can even see it in other parts of my life as well. Like the writing is this like expression of me, and I just, yeah, like see, yeah, that's what I got from that.
You don't have to be able to talk to be able to write, eh? Just playing. No, that's really powerful. Thanks, babe. Thanks for your share. I think Mark was going to go next, and then Anne.
Yeah, I love readings because there's always new information that I get, but also some of the things that I might have already had, just to hear it differently by somebody else puts a whole new spin on it, and it's like, oh, geez, I never saw it that way. I think one of the things that landed for me is how I do one thing is how I do everything. So I think also the link to other areas, or all areas of my life, and as I was getting the readings, thinking through, wow, okay, it actually applies in a lot of other areas as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, great takeaway. As with writing, so with life. Yeah, it's true. Really true. I remember when I was working on my first album, I just kept getting really stuck with it. Like I would get in a flow and all this stuff would happen, and I'd get stuck, and it wasn't in the writing process, it was in the next bit. It was in getting into production and getting in studio and getting the right team together for all of that stuff. And I just kept getting stuck, and I'd think we're in flow, and then I wouldn't get a reply, and I'd be like, why am I creating this? Like, I know I'm creating this. What is happening? And I whinged to William about it once, which is obviously a mistake. Don't whinge to your coach about stuff. They call you out pretty quick. Um, but I did. I whinged to him, and he said, how's your album? And I was like, oh, it's not. I mean, I made it. I wrote an album, but producing and recording, it's not going well. We're stuck, and it wasn't my fault. It's because they weren't replying to me, or this person wasn't doing that. It's like, I know I'm creating it, but it's also not my fault. Like, I can't make them do stuff. And he just like 0% bought into it. And he was like, why don't you attack your album like you would if it was a book? And I was like, oh, it was just like dominoes falling in my brain. I'm like, oh, what have I been doing? Like, of course, like I have the tools and da 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 da. It's like I was saying at the start of the day today that why one of the reasons I really love teaching writing is because it's applied creativity. Like, yes, we're learning about creating, and we're still learning premises, and that's happening, but then we're applying it. And that's what we're doing in any area of our life, is we're applying creativity if we're doing it geniusly. And you know, alas, the following week we were in studio and off we were, album out, you know. But yeah, it was that, as with writing, so with life. Yeah, great takeaway. It's awesome. Cool. Thanks, Mark. Anne.
I was gonna say about the same thing. It's interesting to see how much the blocks that I have towards the writing are also present in one form or the other with a lot of my other choices. But I guess since that has been said a lot, I will not elaborate on that any further. But say the other thing that really stood out to me, and that is that for me, being in my genius means in a way that I'm stepping out of myself. Like there's a disconnect between me and my genius, and that I'm afraid of making this step out of myself rather than accepting that it is part of myself and it's nothing at stake here, that I'm not losing anything if I allow my genius to do her job and be a genius.
Yeah. Yeah, and the real irony is you lose out by not being in your genius.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
that's actually the truth. Like who's feeling them that you can feel the truth that you're losing out right now by not expressing your whatever you're called to write. That there's something that you're not currently gaining creatively as a result of that. Yeah, and yet our ego is there, tooth and nail, hanging on. It's like, don't do it, you'll lose yourself. Ah, we'll lose our identity. Don't do it. There's all this risk. Yeah.
Yeah, my ego currently is freaking out. It's very scared.
Mm,
It's
mm.
very scared. Its main purpose is to secure existence, and it feels threatened in its own existence, so it's freaking out.
Yeah. Anyone else feeling a bit of that? Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Can feel the death coming, the ego death, as they say, you know. But doesn't have to be the painful drama that it gets painted to be. Oh, I had an ego death and I was out for 6 days in the wilderness. And I mean, you can do it like that. It's fine. A spiritual lass. I do it like that sometimes too, but the hard way. But it's okay. It's just okay to have an ego. We all have it. Beautiful. And it puts us in tension, and we love tension as creators, hey? Um, yeah, beautiful. Thanks for your shares. All right. Well, how's everyone for energy? So I want to cover one more piece for today. So have you guys got some good energy because you've been in readings and it's quite energizing doing that, hey? So yeah, I wanna cover one more piece and then we're gonna write. We're gonna write before the day is out. We're gonna write something. You don't have to publish it, doesn't have to go anywhere, but you're gonna write something. So give that to your ego to suck on for the next few minutes. That'll that'll put some tension. If there was anyone not in any tension, there you go. I'll give you some. Great, cool. So we make the fixed volatile. That's what you all just did, right? All just admitting, seeing, observing. I have shit relative to writing and I'm wounded about it and I don't believe I have it in me, and that exists. And we can all see our own flavor of that. And our job's not to fix, as in cure it. Our job is to make it volatile. That's our job. When we observe things, we gain power over it. That's a beautiful thing. It's part of creating. So I'm going to be sharing from page 7 now. If you want to read along in the workbook, you don't have to. Premise: vulnerability connects us to originality. You know, we've said a few times today how genius is original. We're producing original works when we're connecting with our genius. Well, vulnerability connects us to originality. It works as a bridge. Vulnerability dissolves the crust of rational self-consciousness protection against our imagination. It connects us to our authentic original self, truth, awareness. Vulnerability sounds like a frail condition, but in truth, it's an attitude that positions us in our power. So the question is, why do we resist being vulnerable? And the answer is because we are wounded, right? Because we don't believe we have it in us. So we have our masks up so that that doesn't get proved to us. We don't want to be vulnerable. We're terrified of it. William's parents wrote a book. Has anybody heard of it? It's because, in William's words, not mine, it sucked. It really sucked. And the reason that it sucked is because they had this epic story. They met in the wilds of Africa, and they were both really wounded people. They had a lot going on. They had like, they're just both very wounded, but they met and in survival clung to each other, right? And then they actually did create amazing things. Anybody who's been on safari, you would have been to the land that Will's dad created a lot of the sugarcane farming and everything that was there. And they did a lot of incredible stuff in their journey. They had a family, but they also had a lot of wounds. They were very wounded people. They had a turbulent relationship. They were violent towards each other. They were nasty to their kids. Like they were very wounded people. And the magic of their story is that despite all of that, they were still able to come together and create some really incredible stuff. They like saved a child out of the jaws of a crocodile, and they built this huge thing that created all these jobs for the local community, and like they did amazing stuff. And so many people said to them, well, you should write a book, you should write a book, you should write a book. So painstakingly over years and years they wrote a book. But they just said things that happened. They didn't have any vulnerability in it. They didn't tell the story about how they were wounded. They didn't want to reveal any of their flaws. They just wanted to share the good bits. It's like a little highlight reel. And nobody enjoyed it. Like even the people who had encouraged them to write it, they read like little bits of it and went, oh, nah, and just didn't read it. And yeah, William tells the story of when he caught up with, it's like one of those close family friends that was like an auntie to him, but wasn't actually his auntie, but like a close family friend of his parents. And he was like, oh, you were encouraging them to write this book for years. You must have read it, because he was realizing that no one was reading it, and it's like, why is no one reading it? Anyway, and she whispered, she's like, just quiet, like it's a secret, you can't tell them, but I haven't read it. Like I started and I can't read it. And there's people that know them. And so when you know someone too, you know when they're bullshitting about their qualities, and it's not total bullshit. They expressed their greatness and they had success and they did beautiful things. But that's not the magic of their story. The magic is all that they've overcome and all that they went through, and they stripped that from their story. And so then what they offered was sucked of the life force. It was just like, oh yeah, these are some cool things that happened. It didn't have that, it didn't have emotion in it. It didn't tell the real story, so it wasn't the transformation. And so it didn't have like the mythology that we're all seeking in a good story. And it just didn't go anywhere. They printed 100 copies. Everyone that bought one didn't finish it, and no one that they didn't develop any raving fans from it. They didn't, and then never took it any further. And it was obviously years later when we'll put this together that he was like, oh yeah, it sucked because it wasn't vulnerable. And once you see the structure, then you can really see it. Just as who was saying that? Was it Leah saying that after the break? Now that you've seen the 6 elements, you'll never unsee them. You'll see them everywhere. But we require vulnerability, and vulnerability is like a lubricant for our imagination. When you just let yourself go, whatever, I'm going to be vulnerable. Have you ever like had a conversation with somebody where you've been nervous to have this conversation with them, and you just hit this, you avoid it, and you're in your shit about it, and and you got to tell them, and then you finally just go, fuck it, I'm just going to do it, and you just blurt it out, unfiltered. This is what it is. It's not always graceful, but it's just the truth, and you just be vulnerable, and then the person goes, oh, so glad you said that out loud. Thank you. It's like the vulnerability opens the pocket. And even if they're challenged by it, whatever, it's just like, oh, thank God. Thank God you've said that. Yeah. I remember when, this is why I was so scared of publishing my first book. I felt it was like okay to be vulnerable. I was willing to be vulnerable to write it in a Google Doc that no one had access to. I was willing to be vulnerable into the art. But then I was just so scared of putting it out there. I was so scared of publishing it. I was so scared of reading it. And I made the mistake of printing it and giving it to my mum to read. Don't do that. And she read it and she just proved all the things that I don't have in me, blah, 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 blah. She was like, oh, you should make a G-rated version and that's what you should publish. Like, you should take out the sex scenes, you should take out the swearing, and at least then you can have like a nice version that you share with your family and the people that you respect. I was like, dead. She was like, it was good. It was a good story. I enjoyed it, but now I've got you in my head having sex with people. And I was like, that's not me, but she's just proving everything that I was afraid of. And the thing she was, for weeks leading up to the launch, she's like, are you sure you're going to publish that? Are you sure? Because Nan's coming to the book launch, her mum. Nan's coming to the book launch. She's going to read it. She's going to read it. Like, Nan's going to read it. And I was like, I've created an embodiment of my ego right here. Like, all my fears embodied. And structural, not personal. My mum is also my biggest cheerleader, she's triggered in her own stuff. She's vulnerable having her baby share herself like that. But when I had my book launch and I had to read, you have like this, it's like a normal part of a book launch. You just read a section of the book and normally you read the start of the book. And I was like, well, I'm not doing that because it starts with the sex scene. So we're not going there. I was blessed to have 3 of my grandparents present. And I was like, look, we can break rules. I'm a genius. I can create different structures for my own launch. And so I read a different part of the book and that was beautiful. But then the speeches passed and we got to the point where I'm signing books and people are getting books and walking through different parts of my artwork and stuff. And my nan being my nan grabs a book and disappears into the corner and she's reading it. And I'm so aware of it. It is so distracting. I'm like signing books and friends with tears in their eyes, proud of me, and people that have been following me on Instagram and I've never met before that are stoked to get in their photo with me. And it's beautiful. And all I have in my head is my nan's reading my book. My nan's reading a sex scene right now in the corner of the room. That's what's going on. And she came over to me and I'm at the signing table and I'm like in the middle of doing my thing. And, but she's the matriarch and everyone knows that. And she walks in and she goes, Ellie, I need to talk to you. And everyone's like, and I was like, fuck, I'm in trouble. My nan, like, it's not good. And she's like, now. And everyone's like, of course, like it's your like it's fine. Nobody was worried about it. Like they were like, yeah, of course. Like talk to your nan, get a photo with your nan. And she had tears in her eyes. which in my state of fear seemed terrible. I was like, this is not good. Like I've upset her, and now she's going to be upset with me. Like, is she gonna slap me or something? Or like, what's going to happen? Like, I was quite worked up. And she just said, I've been reading your book. And I was like, yeah, I know. I'm very aware of that. I know that you've been in the corner reading my book. And she straight asked me heart to heart, like it was direct communication as I've ever experienced. And she said, is that your experience of sex? And I was like, oh, yeah, yep, it's drawing off my real life experience. And she had tears come down her face, and she just held my hand and said, Ellie, that is the most beautiful thing that I've ever read. And I am so glad that that has been your experience of love. Thank you for sharing this with the world. And it was like one of the most vulnerable moments with my grandma, but it was like she was seeing me as a woman and not as her granddaughter. And I think one of the only times I ever had that experience of her, and she's passed now. So, and it opened this different relationship for us where she was an artist and she painted and she taught me to sew and paint when I was a kid. And she was also a poet. She wrote incredible poetry. Um, and it opened this, like, I don't know, half decade of her sharing poems with me and taking me into these secrets that she'd had and all this art that she'd had that she'd never shared with any of us before. And it was so beautiful. And it was born of such extreme vulnerability. It was so vulnerable, but it's like one of my favorite memories of my nan now, and I get to cherish that forever, you know. And it was so beautiful because she was just, you know what, you know, women in their late 80s are like, they could give no fucks if everybody hears their opinion, you know. She was just like saying this in front of everyone, and then the women that were in line behind her were crying, and it was just so beautiful. And it was just vulnerability after vulnerability after vulnerability. You know, it was like my vulnerability in writing it, and then my vulnerability in publishing it, and then leaning into the vulnerability in the face of the world and my ego and the reflection saying, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. And then just leaning in, and then her vulnerability to come and ask me that directly. You know, that could have been received so many different ways. But she just was like, the vulnerability was a bridge. It was an invitation, and it connects people. And it triggered my mum, you know? And it was just like what I said before, if you're not turning anyone on, you're not turning anyone off, and vice versa. I turned mum super off, but I awoke something in my grandmother. Like it, and isn't that so beautiful? Like both is of service, but I serve neither of them, and absolutely not myself if I had have filtered that and gone, whoa, we're not putting that in a book, and we're certainly not publishing it. Or if I had have, imagine if I had have gone, well, I'm putting it in a book and whatever, but I'm not inviting my family to my book launch. Which, who could relate? That could be like an easy thing to do, depending on your relationship with your family, you know. But and the theme of your book, I guess. But I'm so grateful to have had that. Like it wouldn't have been connecting, and yeah, it's an illustration, but we require vulnerability in our works. I want you to think about like a favorite song that you have, and to see what song comes to mind, and observe the vulnerability in the artist that wrote and sung and shared that song. Ed Sheeran's a really good example of this. He writes these really vulnerable, really specific lyrics that, and sometimes there's always a track in his albums. It won't necessarily be all of them, but there'll be some track that I'm like, suddenly now I'm crying. Thanks, Ed. And he says something that's so specific that I'm like, wow, like how does he know that that's what I went through in that experience? And it's just in his vulnerability. And then obviously millions of people connect with it, right? It's a beautiful thing. Cool. So we have what we believe is acceptable and right and whatever to put out there or to never put out there. And then we have what comes out of us when we step into genius and we let ourselves be vulnerable. And they're very different. They're different worlds apart, they're different offerings. So what are we learning about vulnerability? Did anybody get anything out of that? Carolyn?
I don't know why I'm so shocked that you picked me. Maybe I'm a bit too vulnerable. That's where the genius is, and that's what people connect to. It's the vulnerability because you're showing yourself, your soft underbelly. You're showing yourself. Otherwise, it's not authentic, and people can't connect to it. And they might enjoy reading it or listening, but they don't really connect, and it doesn't make them feel seen or heard or acknowledged. In any way. Yeah. I just brought to mind when you said favorite song. First one popped into my head was I don't know, it's a song, some girl living in a lonely world, and it's like I don't know what it's a real rock anthem. And it's like when I acknowledge, it's like I felt like that. That's how I felt at that time. I wish I could remember the song.
Don't Stop
But yeah.
Believing.
Yes, there you go. And I listened to that a lot when I was like, I don't see how my life can change, and that's because it spoke to me. And I needed not to stop believing that it could or ever would. But yeah, it spoke directly to my vulnerability and what my heart wanted. So, and that's why it's a classic song. And you know it, even though I only said, yeah.
Right? Immediately. I'm sure I wasn't the only one.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the
beautiful.
truth of our humanity and our genius together.
Yeah. Beautiful. Connects us all, hey?
Yeah.
Thanks. Living on a Prayer is another good one. Like it's like our anthem, but it's such a sensitive story if you actually it's an interesting thing to read lyrics if it occurs to you in the next few days. Do. The song lands for you, go read the lyrics. It's amazing the stuff. Sometimes reflecting on things that I sang as a teenager, I'm like, I did not know what that song was about. I was just singing it. Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, Carolyn. Awesome. All right. So is everybody up for being a bit vulnerable just with yourself for now? But is everybody up for being vulnerable with yourself? Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Vulnerability connects us to originality. That's the point. It connects us to our genius. It's a bridge. It's an opening. You are trying to present this front, this manipulated thing to protect yourself, what you believe you need to be. And it's just not it. It's not the truth of what you want to create. It's in your beliefs. So I'm going to ask everybody to be vulnerable. And I'd like you all to choose a theme. Now you can choose the theme that you randomly came up with earlier. You can choose one of the themes that somebody else said. Claire said the power of love. You could take that, make that your theme. It's not going to necessarily be the theme of the offering that you write or anything. It's just for the sake of this exercise. But I just want you to choose a theme, knowing thyself, the power of love, good versus evil, seeking the truth, being wild. What's the theme? Just pick a theme, any theme. Magic is real. Focus creates reality. Any theme that just jumps out at you, I just want you to pick it. Pick one. I'm not attached to what it is. can we get a couple of just like, this is a theme, just shout outs of themes that you guys are choosing?
Seeing the truth.
Nice. Awesome.
We're all emotional creatures.
Awesome. I'm recognizing a couple of these. What else, you guys? What themes you got?
Well, love and magic. They're both the same thing, I think. Love is the glue that makes magic work.
Okay, cool. Maybe love is the theme, but magic's part of the premise, hey? Yeah,
Yeah,
beautiful.
okay. Yeah.
Love's what it is, and magic's how you get there, maybe. But awesome, it works. We accept it. What else, you guys? What else? Anybody else got a theme?
Being spontaneous.
Awesome. Thanks, Barbara. Tracy?
Letting go of control.
Cool. Great. All right. Everybody got one. Cool. If you don't have one, steal one of the ones that someone just said. Just pick one. It's not relevant. It's just you're just picking one. All right. So I want you to note, just take a moment to go, you've got your theme, and if I say to you, you're going to write about that theme now, we're going to put a timer on, you're going to write for 5 minutes, and you're going to see what happens. Whose shit just came up? Yeah. And maybe even for the people who are like, no, not me, like there probably was some level of it. Maybe you're feeling a bit volatile now because you've had your readings and we've been talking about vulnerability, and maybe you're like, no, yeah, I'll give it a go. But for most people, it would have at least put a bit of tension in place, right? There's your theme. We're gonna set a 5 minute timer and you're gonna write. And the challenge, should you choose to accept, is to just keep writing for the full 5 minutes. That's what we're gonna do. So I just want you to give yourself permission to observe. Let's alchemize. You're gonna write for 5 minutes, uninterrupted. You're just gonna go for it. And just notice what comes up for you egoically. Notice what comes up for you. Notice the front you want to put on. Notice the fear. Notice the thoughts and feelings. Notice the judgment that you have. Can we get a couple of just spit out shares what comes up for you? Who notices something comes up for you? Tracy, Mark, Leah, can you guys share just a one-liner of what comes up for you?
Oh, I've got to get it right.
Beautiful. Thanks, Mark.
What will people think of me?
Beautiful. Leah?
How am I supposed to babble on for a whole 5 minutes?
I love that, especially from a woman. That's a goodie. But it's what comes up, hey? It's what comes up.
I can
Perfect.
talk the leg off a chair, but I can't write for 5 minutes.
I believe you. I believe you believe it. Cool. Something comes up for all of us, right? If we just give ourselves permission to observe it. So we just name it. We let that be volatile. And I just want you to imagine that it's like, okay, that exists, but I'm going to let go of it. My shit's come up and I'm just gonna, it's okay. It's okay that I've got shit. It's okay that I'm judging it. It's okay that whatever I believe, like that's allowed to exist. And just notice, like, imagine that you can let it go. Imagine that you can notice a bit of the weight coming off. Imagine that it could feel a little bit lighter. You could feel a bit more connected to it. And then we want to make the volatile fixed, right? So then I want you to imagine that you're just going to intend to be vulnerable. That you're going to go, I'm going to be vulnerable for the next 5 minutes. And whatever comes to me about this theme, I'm just going to write it down. I'm just going to connect with this theme, observe the obvious. Something's going to jump out at you. The first thing that jumps out at you might be to write your theme down. Start there. But something's going to jump out at you. You're going to write that thing down and just be vulnerable. And if you notice yourself getting stuck, you're just going to go, what else? I'm going to be vulnerable. And this is not a trick, you guys. I'm not tricking you, and I'm then going to make you all read it out to each other or go in rooms and read it to a partner. Or it's just for you. It's just going to be for you. So if you never want anyone else to ever say this, no one will ever say it. You can burn it afterwards if you want to. I just want you to be vulnerable with yourself for the next 5 minutes, or for 5 minutes while we write. Is everybody up for that? Cool. If you find yourself falling back into your shit, might happen. You might write for 2 minutes and then be like, well, I'm triggered again, or my stuff's come up, or I'm judging myself, or whatever. I just want you to do the same thing. Okay, my stuff's come up. I'm feeling stuck. I'm judging what I've written. That's okay. I'm going to let that go, and I'm just going to choose to be vulnerable. And I'm just going to write. And that's it. And it's just observing the obvious. Come back to the theme. If you get distracted, look at the theme again. What's obvious about it? Be vulnerable. Just go wherever it takes you. There's no right or wrong. You're just writing for a few minutes. Cool. Shall we? Let's do it. So just choose to be of service to your highest good. Choose to get the benefit of this practice, which is to have an experience of writing and allowing vulnerability, and to have an experience of applying that to a theme. That's all it is. It's just a structure. Choose that it's going to work, that you're going to connect to your theme, choose to be vulnerable, and something's going to come to you. You're going to write it, whatever it is. And then just take a moment to step into innocence, empty out, let go of everything. And then have a look at your theme and just see what jumps out at you. Just read your theme, put your focus on your theme, observe the obvious. What's obvious to you about this theme? If you were being vulnerable about this theme, what would you say? What comes to you? You can't get it wrong because it's just you. See you in 5. All right, guys. That was 5 minutes. That's some good eyeballs from some of you just now. Who's feeling like, shut up, Ellie, I want to keep writing? Mission accomplished. Awesome. Awesome. Well, we can leave it there. We can leave it there, and you guys can keep writing if you want, but I'm also up for hearing a couple of shares. If you guys want to close our day out, because we've got 10 minutes. We've got 10 minutes. So we might as well. Well, we don't have to. Would anybody love to share? Does anybody feel a burning desire to share? Claire, go for it.
So what's really jumping out at me, like when it's not about me, like there's so much more room for it to be creative and for it to be like whatever it is. Like, like the story isn't about me or nothing's like it's just about the story and I'm just writing about that. And the same with like when doing readings and everything, like it's not about me and it's kind of the same with yeah, the story is about the story and I can just make it up and it's like its own thing and the the theme holds it, like it's about the theme. It's about the premise and the emotion, like that's what it's about and that's what holds it together and gives it legs and is so much like yeah, that's where the like energy comes from with it and that's what I found with the writing.
Beautiful. It sounds like you just had an experience of the theme writes the book for you, right? I was saying that at the start of the day. When you have the theme, the rest will work for you. It's the underground river. Who felt that generating force of the theme? Just stuff unpacking. Barbara, did you want to share? Was that a hand up to share? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I have had stories that have wanted to be written and I've labored over for years. I mean, I shared it in my group 15 years, but I was saying it too loudly. So if you heard it, you heard it, but if you didn't, that's fine. Really long time. And it's labored, it's full of effort, and it's like slogging through treacle. It's hard and horrible. What was so nice about it is that I had no preconception. Like I picked spontaneous because it came up in our conversation in our breakout room, and I had no agenda attached to it. Nothing was nothing was preconceived. And so what came up was just effortless and fun. I was just watching it, evolve and following the path and going, oh, where is this going now? Like, and images would come in and I go, okay, I could write that down. And then, getting stuck on a word and it's like, okay, well, find a word. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be perfect. And it was just lovely to have a completely different way of, I don't know how I put it to a project I'm really passionate about because I wasn't passionate about this, but it was fun it was the whole idea of discovery, as you said earlier on, it's going to be a process of discovery, and it definitely was that. So it was fun. It was nice. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. You're welcome. And I saw your eyes when I said we're going to write for 5 minutes. You gave me a look. I love it because like the look happens before you can stop it. Hey, it's like a reflex. If I just catch the right person at the right time. But yeah, who else just had an experience of discovery then? Maybe wrote something that was like, oh, I didn't expect that, or it kind of took a turn that was different to what I thought. I did, yeah. I was like, well, I'm not going to sit here for 5 minutes and stare at you. I will also pick a theme and write. I will do the exercise with you rather than stare at everybody. Beautiful. We've got a few more minutes. Would anybody else like to share? Tracy.
Thanks, Ellie. Yeah, it's interesting when I first started writing that. my theme was letting go of control. And then the more I wrote, the more I let go of control. So it's like the theme kind of took the story, and then I started off with one thing and ended up in the woods with some fairies very quickly. Like, so I actually had an experience of the theme in the writing, so that was really nice. So yeah.
Yeah, fun. That's really cool. Who can look at what they wrote and notice one or more of the six elements? Like see some emotion in what they wrote, see a premise coming to life in what they wrote, see a bit of a story in what they wrote, see some concreteness. Did you describe anything with some concreteness in what you wrote? It's okay if not all six of them are there, but just starting to practice going, oh, that was unexpected. No, yeah, that all happened just from connecting with the theme. Super powerful. That's awesome. Wouldn't mind ending up in the woods with some fairies. Fairies are getting a few mentions today, hey? Good value. Would anybody else like to share before we close up for the night? The day. It's nighttime for me. No. Ah, Christian and Carolyn.
I think I misunderstood the exercise. So I picked defining the truth, and then what I heard is that you kind of teased our vulnerability. And actually, this is something I don't like to be at all, being vulnerable. And then with finding the truth, I kind of journaled about what is hindering me to be vulnerable. And it was more like journaling what I did, but I enjoyed it a lot and I got many gems out of it. So it was probably a misunderstanding, but I benefited from it. So thank you.
Not at all. No, it sounds like your theme was finding the truth and just the context or the setting that came to you was to explore it for yourself relative to vulnerability, right? Because the truth is you
Yes.
resist vulnerability. And so that's what you
Yes.
explored in your writing. So perfect. Beautiful.
So
You
that's
wrote,
why I thought it's good for me to share it, because this is kind of a vulnerability. So yeah, I'm
yeah,
uh, acting against my protection I would normally have.
yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Awesome. Carolyn, how did you go?
There we go. I just want to relate. I wrote the story really quickly, little story, and I got to the bit where I was like, "Oh, there's emotion here. What's the emotion?" And I described the emotion, and then I related back to the reading I just got, and I started laughing. I was like, "Oh my God, there's my victim, feeling sorry for myself," and then it turned into a bit of a humorous ending. It's like, and it was happened in a laundry, so it's like I'm just recycling the same old emotions over and over and over, and it just made me laugh out loud. But I didn't expect that to happen. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm ending today on a very good note. It's like that's great. I learned something about very concrete about myself, and related back to my reading, and I was like, I'm very happy with that. I mean, it's not a great story, and no one wants to read a story about a laundry and roses, but maybe. Anyway, thank you.
We don't read stories for the context, we read it for the theme,
Yeah,
So
yeah,
beautiful.
yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad that you had that experience. It's a beautiful thing. Did everybody write something? Yeah, cool. There's no one sitting here going, shit, everybody else wrote, but I wrote nothing. No one's doing that? Okay, beautiful. Mission accomplished. Day one. You've all written. You've all written, you've all discovered something. You all wrote for 5 minutes. When I said that's 5 minutes, guys, you should have seen the looks on your faces. I should have had the screenshot ready to go because everyone just went at the same time. What do you mean? I'm writing my story, which is great. So, same time tomorrow, same place, same Zoom code. Um, come with good energy. Do what you've got to do in your day to eat well, get some sleep, get some rest, stay hydrated. And if you feel inspired between now and then, do some writing. Pick a theme, pick a different theme, and just go, okay, my shit comes up, and I'm going to choose to be vulnerable and connect with this theme and just see what happens. No attachment, no pressure. You never have to share it with anyone. Do whatever, but just be vulnerable with yourself. It's for you only. And have a go. Have a go at coming up with a theme and a premise and an unexpectedness and some elements, and just have a go at putting some things together and writing. If you listen to music, or if you read a book, or if you watch a film or watch TV or something between now and tomorrow, notice if there's unexpectedness. See if you can pick the theme. See if you can pull out the premise from what you're watching or reading. See if you can notice the emotion. Just be aware of concreteness, credibility, in the name of integrating and letting everything from today land. Yeah, don't have to. There's a lot of opportunity to have a go and just learn some stuff if you've got the energy for it. So beautiful. Thank you all for a great day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye, guys. Thanks for all your great energy.
Thank you.
So
Bye.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
See you
you.
tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.